astrologers and tarot readers and Kabbalists on a pension when they're old, and then the new guys, they train people. Oh, this would be great. I think I'm going to send a note to the White House tomorrow, and maybe Congress, or maybe I'll wait until the real people who are going to lead, it may change hands. So why don't I wait until January and see what happens? Because I would like to see a Department of Mystics, and that's going to be my crusade now. And no, I shouldn't use that word crusade, because there could be Muslim mystics also. I mean, there's no reason that we can't have that. Greek mysticism, Islamic mysticism, it's all good, because there is no right or wrong. This is the example I always give. I'm in New York, you're in L.A. We both want to get to Chicago. I go west and you go east. We are traveling in opposite directions, but we're going to end up in the same place. Now, you can tell I came up with that years ago, because today, who wants to go to Chicago? But let's make that Manhattan, Kansas, perhaps. Maybe they're doing better in Manhattan, Kansas. Well, I think you get my point. And then you could spend some time on the phone with a certificated tarot reader, or a Kabbalist, or astrologer, or a palm reader. You can do a palm reading. That there's no reason that you can't do that with a video hookup, and have a department of palm reading. I mean, they got our fingerprints anyway. Might as well look at our palm, right? That could be good. Now you got me going. Now I'm not going to get to sleep until 8 in the morning. Well, look, as long as you perked me up, let's get into some tarot reading. As you hear, I've been shuffling up the cards. I hope that isn't too annoying, but I like to shuffle the cards up as I talk. And we are now going to ring the bell so that we can declare sacred space and begin the readings. We are now in sacred space, and we'll draw back the curtain on the magical window for Catherine in Denver, Colorado. Hi, Catherine. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. Thanks for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for. How are you doing tonight?
I'm quite well, thank you very much. And yourself?
Doing well. I get such a rush doing the show. I've been doing this for a little over 10 years, and it still gets to me. I can't be blasé about it. I just love it. So what can I look at for you tonight? That vibration's excellent. Yeah,
I'm interested in both love and career.
Well, okay, as long as you don't combine the two, because that can get you arrested outside of Nevada.
No, separate. Separate,
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Let's see what we get. The cards will tell me which one we'll be looking at first. And, well, the first thing I've got is Wands, which is a card that's the Five of Rods, Five of Wands, and that generally relates to career. But I've also got cards here of Cups, which relate to romance. So that's pretty good. Let's see if we can make sense out of this. This could be relating to seeking romance. Is that what are you seeking romance, or are you in a relationship now?
In a relationship now.
Okay, because there's the Five of Rods is an interesting card. It's a card of stiff competition, and it's not. It's a bunch of people hitting each other with sticks, but it's not really warfare and fighting. It's more like the rigors of life, the competition, and that usually shows up with single people. But so it's good. That's why I asked if you're in a relationship now. But seems to be more related to work. You're looking for some new career, some new work?
Yes, I just accepted a new job.
Oh, you just got a new job?
20 years in the same industry, yeah. I did.
Okay, good, because I got the Ace of Rods here, and that's about a new job. The rods are work and career, and the aces are obviously, it's the one, so it's beginning. And there was a bit of competition that you went through to get that job, but you got it, is what I see from the Five of Rods.
Okay.
Does this require that you relocate?
No.
Good, because there's two possible meanings for the next card. The Six of Swords, and one is literal, and one is moving. The other one is getting from where you are, and this is the one I prefer, and it's probably the reason you got a new job, so this is probably the correct reading. The Six of Swords is about getting from where you are in life to where you want to be, using your own willpower, talents, and abilities, and you're doing that. So that's good. So that seems to me to now those are three cards there that relate to you in terms of new work. The next is the Queen of Cups, and that is the card that's where we're getting into the romance stuff. To me, it's fascinating that the two things you asked about are here: the cups and the rods, with a side trip into swords. The Queen of Cups is about something that's developing. Is it a new relationship?
We're 3 years in, but it's pretty intense.
Yeah, well, it's developed. Well, that could also be that Five of Rods, which tells you it's kind of stiff, not competition, but it's rigorous. There is a card here that can be a little can be about a little concern. That's not important really, but it's just something that if things are not working out exactly the way you want them, are they?
Not at the moment, but I think I trust their emotion.
Okay, because that's the point. This card is that it's about some of it isn't working out, but it's going to be okay. It's the Five of Cups. Go online if you don't know tarot and look at that card. It's an interesting card. Shows a person looking at 3 spilled cups and is preoccupied with that loss or that thing that didn't work out. But there are 2 full cups behind her, and that means that you're going to turn around at some point and see that you still have plenty left over, and things are good.
Excellent. I like that.
So if there's a concern about that, there shouldn't be. It's a normal thing that, when people, it's 3 years. That sounds like a long time in a relationship, but it's not, as you know, I'm sure. But it's
for every moment in those 3 years.
It's good. I mean, I've got the World here, which is a card of assured success. There's only one card here that's a warning, and that's the Ten of Rods. And so it could either relate to business or to the relationship is don't overburden yourself. Don't take on way too much more than you can handle. That's the only thing I see. But other than that, everything's fine. I mean, you're going to get yourself to where you want to be with this new job. That's the Six of Swords. The romance, the relationship is developing, and even though there are some disappointments, it's not going to get in the way. There's going to be great success in this relationship. That's the World card, and then that warning, just not to overburden yourself. But it looks good. It looks fine.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Reverend. That's very helpful and encouraging. I greatly appreciate your time.
My pleasure. It looks good. It looks like you're in for an interesting ride, and this may be a good. Let me pull one more card. Just look at that. It's the Lovers. Okay, there you go. That's beautiful. What more do I need to say, right?
Self-explanatory, huh?
Yeah. So things are they're gonna continue to work out very well.
Oh, that's amazing. I feel so encouraged. Thank you. That so helps my heart. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your kind words. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott, soon to be the Secretary of Mystics in the United States government. There. How's that for daydreaming? They told me never. They said, stop that daydreaming. Stop daydreaming in school, in grade school. Stop daydreaming. Stop that. Stop daydreaming. It's okay. That's fascinating. What the hell is daydreaming? And then I realized that it's my imagination. And I made a living off my imagination for so many years. Screenplays. Did very well in that department. Put a lawyer out of work. I got a lawyer to retire with that money. And then we went into the newspaper business with the money that we made in the screenplay business, and all of that stuff requires imagination. And I really, we'll discuss that one day when I'm a little bored with my job at the Department of Mysticism. I will see if I can take over the Federal Department of Education, because I don't like the way education is run. And it's got nothing to do with all the hot button issues. It's a more simple thing. The word education comes from the word educe. And the word educe means to draw out, to find out what a person is good at, to find out what a child excels in, and draw that out and encourage that. Instead of drawing out, our education system crams in. You got to learn dates. You got to learn this. You got to learn that. No, you see, that's not learning. That's memorizing. That's the way I look at it. So, hey, You're talking to a guy who, as a kid, read the World Book Encyclopedia from one end to the other. So what can I tell you? Danielle in Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
I'm doing good.
Hi, oh, glad to hear that. What can I look at for you?
I guess my career. I'm trying to get a new job here, changing career
Yes,
path, and I just want to see how it's going to go.
Well, this is the part where I'm supposed to say, yes, I know, because that's what. But you know something, the fact is that is what I saw. As soon as you answered and I turned over a card, it's a card I had earlier for somebody. It's the Six of Swords, which is a card about getting from where you are to where you want to be. And that's the first thing when I see that, I if it's an adult, I ask, are you looking for a different kind of work? Well, let me tell you this. The next thing I have here is the Ace of Rods, which I also had for the previous caller, and that is the beginning of new work. So there is something new coming, and it's going to be really good. That's followed by the Page of Coins, the appearance of more money in your life. So you're going to get paid well, going to do better financially. The Nine of Cups is about a person who is comfortable and satisfied and enjoys the good things in life, and then the Four of Rods is a happy home and all the good stuff that goes with it. I'm seeing that, yeah, you because of the Six of Swords, which is you actively looking for something better and to make something better happen in your life, followed by the Ace of Rods. All the other cards indicate cups. There's a cup card. That's what I said. That the coins, the cups, and the rods here, they indicate great success. And
well, that's pretty amazing.
And,
I'm very glad to hear that.
Well, you're not the kind of. I've known people who made a lot of money and that depressed them. That's not you. From what I see, you're going to be really happy, and you know. They say money can't buy happiness, but knowing how to use money can get you happiness. And I think you know how to do that. To enjoy things in life. What's the great crime in that? So you'll do okay. Let me tell you this. I'll give you a little hint here. It's the Three of Coins I've got. Now, that's about starting a new job. And it could be a temporary job, or it could be an assignment within a company that has a deadline, because three are about completion. So what I'm seeing is that you're going to get this job, and you're going to do very well at it and be recognized for having done well at it, and that'll lead to other things. That's the important thing.
Oh, okay.
So when you put your because I got the Ace of Swords, it means you're going to put your mind to this, and you're really going to knock it out of the park. So keep an eye. Don't be disappointed if it seems like it's a temporary job, because that's the cards say that if that's what it is, you're going to excel at that, and they're going to say we can't let this person go. Okay.
Yes, it is a part-time job.
Oh, see, there you go. And you're going to develop.
And it can move into permanent, yes.
Yeah, well, I see you're going to do really well at that. So keep that in mind. Let's see if there's any other card here. Now, see, the threes, I had the Three of Coins, the Three of Cups is here. Now, the threes are completion. And this is the completion of a matter in plenty, is the traditional Romany meaning of that card. So you will do very well when you complete that assignment, and it'll get you more work and on a regular basis, and a steady thing. If you've been having any difficulties and hard times, the Ten of Swords is here. That means the worst is over, and now there's a new phase beginning. So hang in there, because it's going to go very well for you.
Do you have any other messages? Today's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. No, I don't have anything else. Let me see. I'll shuffle them up now that I know and see what we get. Well, the Two of Cups is an interesting card. Are you in a relationship now, or are you looking for one?
I'm in one now.
Okay, is it fairly new, at least? Because this is a card of something new.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
good. Well, because it's the Two of Cups, and that's followed by the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups is a perfected happiness and love and joy. So this is telling me that this new relationship that you're in is very good. I have to be very careful with that, because when I was a baby card reader, I said to somebody, "You're going to head to a new relationship that's going to be wonderful." And she said, "I wonder what my husband thinks about that." So it can. So that's why it doesn't have to be a brand new coming up relationship. It can be a new one here. That it could be something that's recent, or it can mean a new phase in a long-term relationship. It's a very complex thing, which is probably, you got to judge that based on the cards around it. Otherwise, it's just a nice way that we readers can cop out without committing. But I see a fairly new relationship that's going to be really, really, really good. Very good. Okay?
Wow, that's great to hear. Yes, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Call again sometime.
I will. Thank you so much, and you have a good night.
I will now. Thanks. Bye-bye. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and we're here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And let me tell you, my idea, which just kind of floated out of my brain earlier about a U.S. Department of Mystics. I'm kind of getting fond of that. I am going to start sending, about January 1st, I'll send letters out to these people. I mean, actual letters. I might even do it on parchment and write them by hand with a quill. Although, my handwriting was always bad enough, but years of using word processors, I've just killed off anything. The teacher who taught us cursive when I was in the second grade, she was a holy terror anyway, but she would probably kill me to see it now. Just awful what's become of my writing. But we can take care of that, because people can do anything they want. You don't necessarily do it well, but you can do it. Why not? I admire the people people get referred to as life's losers, and that is so unfairly judgmental. There's a wonderful book called Broadway's Beautiful Losers about several plays that just didn't make it in the theater, but they're wonderful, wonderful plays. One of them is by S.J. Perelman, the great S.J. Perelman, called The Beauty Part, with Burt Lahr. Now, you never know. There's a saying in the entertainment business where I squandered a great deal of my life, and that is, it could happen to anybody. And that's used in many circumstances. And this is a philosophical thing that should be remembered. You can be the biggest star in the world, and nobody shows up for a show of yours, and you have to cancel it. The house could empty. It can happen to anybody, they'll say. It could happen to anyone. Or you could be in a show, and the next thing you know, you're the toast of Broadway, and you're a big star. Now, that you can let that go to your head, and you can be a miserable person to be around, or you can realize that could happen to anybody. Now, when I was a baby person in show business, and I don't mean a baby, literally, although I did do commercials when I was a little child. And but as an adult, when I started to crack into the entertainment business, there were several bars in New York City that were amenable to theater people, and I don't even know where people would go nowadays to do it. But there was just wonderful. There would be old timers there, and then people like me who were just starting out, and the old timers, the real old timers, man, they would just treat you like one of them, because they knew that they were stars by a fluke. It could happen to anybody, was the attitude. Now, I'm talking about people I used to hang around with, like Fred Gwynne and Robert Preston. You see how old I am. And I mean, Robert Preston is a perfect example. He would leave and say, anybody heading uptown, split a cab, That's it. For any customers, anybody. He didn't care. He just saw himself as a person who went to work, and his job happened to be in the theater or in a movie, and then he'd go home. There was no ego about it, although to the degree that you have to have a certain amount of ego in order to be a performer. Yeah, but it wasn't maniacal. These were people who were just fun to be around, and I learned from them. And the question was, and I would speak to them about it and said, how did it feel to be a big star? And people like that would say, well, it could happen to anybody. There was no control over that. It could happen to anybody. And that's why we read tarot cards, to see if that's in our future. but I think you have to be a little bit out of your mind to want to be a big star. Yeah. It's nice to walk down the street and have nobody know who you are. Fran Lebowitz, the writer, once said that being a famous writer is about enough fame for her because people know who you are, but nobody recognizes you in restaurants. So that's the way to go. So hey, we'll iron all the details out when I get the Department of Mystics going up. Shamil now is next, calling from Massachusetts, Boston. I spent so many wonderful hours and days in Boston. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, is this Shamil in Boston?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. I have very fond memories of the little time I spent in Boston so many years ago. What can I look at for you tonight?
Anything.
Anything. Okay. Well, let me ask you a rather provocative question, perhaps. Is there somebody in your life, or do you get the feeling that there's somebody who's causing trouble for you?
Yes, a couple of people.
You do? Okay, because I got a card here that says, that's it. Okay. Now, if you think that you're wrong, I'm telling you the cards are saying you're right. And these are not nice people.
Okay.
Now, the question is, what can you do about it? And there are certain things you can do. There are certain protection things that can be done. You can burn things like candles that are red and black, which are they return bad intentions back to people. But I don't think you need to do that because I see that these are people who are after a while, they're going to give up and try to go after somebody else. I have a very strong indication that there are people in your life doing that, and they're not nice people. That's what I don't get into that very often because, that smacks of people saying, well, I see somebody put a curse on you, and if you give me $6,000, I'll show you how to take the curse off. And that's the kind of stuff that ethical readers don't do. And when I talk about that, I do mention that occasionally I can see in cards when somebody is doing harm to someone else. And you definitely have some people who are wasting their lives trying to be nasty to you. But I don't show them succeeding. Okay? Now, if you want to wait them out and deal with it, fine. If you want to return the energy, there are all kinds of ways. You can get in touch with me. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. Or you can find me through askoneradio.com, or you can contact me through magic-works.com, or just go online and look for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll find a way to contact me. And I'll be happy to send you some information, no charge, of course, in how to do that. Because, like I said, I'm very leery. This is an old-time kind of racket where people will say there's somebody trying to harm you, and I will, for a fee, I will help you. But I do see there is, you can't do that. I mean, that's like the fire department negotiating with you when you call and say the building's on fire. And I refuse to do that. But yeah, I definitely, in your case, see that there are people who are trying to do you harm, but they won't succeed. So if you feel like dealing with it, let me know at some point, okay? And I'll be happy to send you a little information on what you can do to, not to attack them, but to shield yourself, okay?
Okay.
Let me just, I see. I've got like the Seven of Rods is here. That's a card about somebody who can sweep away problems. You'll be fine. They're not going to hurt you. And people like that, when they find that they can't really do any damage to someone, will go on to somebody else. And maybe that person will contact me. But you'll be okay. But let me know if it's a problem, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else you wish to look at?
Is there a reason why these people are attacking me?
Well, I don't see, let's just.
Because honestly, that's the problem. I don't even know why I'm being attacked in the first place. I mean.
Yeah. Well, you see, I got the Seven of Cups, and that's about unfocused ideas. And sometimes it's a confused mind. I just think these people are messed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
But again, what I have for you after that is the Sun, which is healing and growth and health, and the Ten of Cups, which is guaranteed perfected happiness. And this is followed by so many positive cards that I just don't think that it's worth giving it a thought. But it is annoying. I know that I've been there. Look, my wife and I spent 20 years running a newspaper. There were people who wanted to shoot us.
Yeah.
But at least we knew where they were and where they were coming from. I don't see them as inflicting any damage on you at all. But like I said, if you get in touch with me, if you feel the need to in a few days or whatever, if you think it over, because the main thing is I want you to know that these feelings you have are correct, okay? Because that can bother a person. If you think that somebody's doing this, then you think, what am I, paranoid? Am I crazy? But I definitely see that they're doing this. Now, the next card I have here for you is the Temperance card, which means balance will be restored. So you're going to come out all right. But if you want to give it a little goosing, just drop me a line, and I'll direct you to where you can get a candle or some sort like that. If you have a New Age store in there or an occult shop, just go in and say you want to do a return spell. You don't even have to know who they are, just to protect you. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'll light a white candle tonight to send positive energy your way to help shield you. How's that?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. There's a joke, and it's a grammatical joke, and I'm pretty sure I haven't told this during the 10 years I've been doing the show because I try to restrain myself a little bit. But it relates to Boston, and every time I get a caller from Boston, I think about this. And there aren't that many grammatical jokes in the world, but the joke is two guys meet up and says, "Hey, I went on vacation." He said, "Where'd you go?" He said, "Oh, I went to New England." "Oh, anything interesting?" "I got scrod in Boston." He said, "Geez, that's the first time I've ever heard the past pluperfect." Oh, wait a minute. You see, now I need to do this, of course. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I hit the magic bell. That's telling me to mind my own business. Anyway, that's the scrod in Boston joke, and it's the past pluperfect. So anyway, let's get back to the readings. We're going to Mylyn in British Columbia, Canada. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, you're good. How are you doing tonight?
Very good.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Just regarding my career. Do you have any readings for career?
Okay. Let's see. Wow, this is the third time tonight somebody's asked about career, and I've got the same card here, which is the Six of Swords. That's about getting from where you are to where you want to be. So you're whatever you're doing, you're improving your life with that, and it's emotionally satisfying for you. I got the Ace of Cups. Are you looking for a new job that does that, or does your job give you all of that already?
It does give me that. I just want a different position within the company.
Well, what I'm seeing is because that Ace of Cups is very good. I mean, if you can, Alan Watts once said, and if anybody's on social media, and I know that everybody has a propensity to fight and argue on social media, but if you really want to start a fight, just put up this quotation from Alan Watts, which is, "All sensible people make a living doing what they enjoy doing." And people will go ballistic on you. But I see that you enjoy what you're doing, and it's very fulfilling. And the Six of Swords is what led me to ask if you're looking for something new, because that is about a person seeking a change for the better. And according to this, you're going to find it. You'll do okay. Let's see, what else do I have here? Yeah, it's just going to take a little time. You may be working with somebody else for this to manifest. That's the Three of Rods. Threes are very big today. We must be coming, as the year ends, we get more and more threes because it's about wrapping stuff up. But the three refers to a partnership, usually. But it also refers to waiting for something to bear results. And I think it's going to be very good for you that way, because it's just everything I get. There's the Four of Swords. These are cards saying it's going to take a little time. Now, the payoff, right? The payoff is the king of coins. That means someone who can manage money very well, is very good with money. The empress is a person who can make things grow and things happen. The Nine of Cups is somebody who can get real sensual enjoyment out of the good things in life, and and can afford them. That's the main thing. And the Ten of Cups is just great happiness and joy at home. So I think you're going to get what you want because all that good stuff is coming your way.
Awesome.
Anything else you want to look at? Oh, gosh, here's where the Six of Rods just kind of fell out of the deck. That's Rods is also work and career, and it's about triumph and success, and it's so good that you'll be noticed for it. So you're on the right path. Keep doing what you're doing because it's going to pay off. Okay?
Okay.
Anything?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
What about intuition? Like how to be more intuitive, opening up your more.
Let me tell you, there's a book about that. There is. Okay. I don't talk about this book much. I spoke about it a lot when I started doing this because it's an exciting book. It was written in the 1930s, and it was republished with the option for me to write a new introduction to the book. But I didn't because I said the book is perfect the way it is. It's called Hunches. Okay, it's about those feelings that we get in life, and it's about various forms of psychic ability and how to develop that. It's the best book I ever read on that, and that sounds like it's right up your alley. The book is called Hunches. It's by Lloyd Kenyon Jones. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, and you can order it one of two ways. You can either order it through Amazon.com, or you can get it for less by going right to the printing plant where it's manufactured. And at mojoacademy.org, it'll explain how to do that. But take a look at the information about the book Hunches there. I believe it's on the homepage where there's a whole bunch of books listed. Rather than read everything we have there at the homepage, just go to mojoacademy.org and then search for the word Hunches, and it'll take you right to it. Because that'll do it. That is about the intuitive side and listening to it. Because that pays off a lot more than many people think. And this is how to develop it and nurture it and control it and use it. And I've never heard any complaints about this book.
Okay.
So give it a shot.
Okay. Look into that. All right.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much for your reading.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
Now let's shuffle up the cards again. We've got a little bit of time left, so let's see if we can get another reading in. Until then, something I was going to do a little plug here for some for some stuff since holidays coming up. But let's go right to Sally in Australia. Hi, Sally in Australia. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, how you going?
I'm doing well. I said tonight because it's coming on midnight here, but it's the middle of the day where you are, I suppose.
Yes, it's only about 3 o'clock here.
Oh, boy. We're talking to the future now. So what can I look at for you? I've got about 3 minutes left.
That's all right. Just wondering, my older sister got diagnosed with breast cancer a few years ago, and they said if it doesn't come back within the 5 years, she should be right if it was aggressive cancer. So I was just really looking in on her health, to be honest.
Well, what I'm seeing, and obviously, when people ask about health, I always give the admonition to make sure you're getting medical attention. But you obviously are getting medical attention.
Yes. Yes.
I'm seeing cards here that show me that things are going to be okay. Okay, this is interesting. Now, don't get alarmed because I'm going to tell you what the first card is, but it doesn't mean what people think it means. It's the death card. It doesn't mean you're going to die or she's dead. The death card means the end of one period in life and the beginning of something else, because there's a sunrise on that card. It means that when the cards do show death, it's very clear, and it shows them in an arrangement with several cards. And in all the years I've been reading, I've only seen that once. Because, ultimately, we're all going to go. But what I'm seeing here is this: she's entering a new stage in life. The Seven of Rods is a person who has conquered all obstacles, And the sun is the card that says that's healing and growth and health and happiness, mostly health and happiness. So I'm seeing that the cancerous phase is winding out. You know, naturally, this is something you're going to have to keep tabs on, because it doesn't mean that it's all over now. You might be on the path to it, but I see it ending.
Fantastic.
So that's good news. It's just that, you know, that first card can freak somebody out with a question like that. Freaked me out, you know, but it ends with the sun, which is health and happiness and all of that good stuff. So I think that the treatment is going to be good. And because I know that 5-year window, if you make it, can be really good.
Yes, well, yeah, that's what they told her. They said if she makes it there, it's less likely to come back, because it was an aggressive one. But we're hoping, she's been dealt with a lot of health issues in the past, and then tops that one just to top everything off.
Well, the sun card is the card of health and growth and joy and happiness. So that looks good. I've got to run. The clock's running out on me. But I will send positive. I will light a white candle. I'll light a white candle to send positive energy tonight also. Okay?
Oh, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is, I'm going to do what I can to keep the show going after after I'm named the Secretary of Mysticism in the whatever administration falls for it. You know, I don't know. You never know. But, you know, until then, listen, you put some odds on your side to get good things happening. Go over, because we got the gift season coming up, right? I love that time of year. Please check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Look at the occult jewelry page, because there's some nice little amulets and talismans and things there that will help you magically to achieve your goals and remind you of your goals every time you look at them, which is where magical work really happens, is in the imagination and the mind. And there's a sale there now. They've knocked a few bucks off of them. But if you go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, go to the page that says occult jewelry. And I don't think you'll be disappointed. There's stuff there from talismans to pocket watches and wristwatches. Well, I've got to go now. I'll see you again here next week. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, good day to you all. I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for joining me back again this week, for anyone that do join me. And to begin the first half of the show, I'm going to talk about energies, especially this month, October. I mean, it was only the other day we had, on the October the 14th, a new moon and a partial solar eclipse, or solar eclipse. So obviously the energies around that time is going to change. I know many people, including myself, that felt leading up to it, and actually on the days itself, the different energies, feeling discombobulated, slightly not with it, tired, drained, whatever, discombobulations, issues with their relationships, personal lives, jobs, career, anything. So people, call in. Tell me how you've been feeling. Tell me how you've been affected by these energies that are going around. And also, don't forget, guys, at the end of the month, 28th, we got a full moon. And as we know, full moon is always highly energetic, new beginnings, new starts. And this actual moon in October is called Hunter's Moon. Obviously, for the time of year, harvesting, everything else, people are fattening up, ready for the winter, or how it used to be anyway. And so there's always going to be changes. There's always going to things going on. There's always going to be energies. And 9 times out of 10, you will feel these energies. You will feel emotionally, mentally, physically not quite right. Or if you're one of the lucky ones, you could feel on a whole new level and enjoy life and find happiness and just a general energy of peacefulness and calmness. So we can all be affected in different ways. So please call in, tell me how it affects you, how you deal with it. What do you do? And there's one thing I can't reiterate enough to people, that when we have these moments where we feel off, we feel discombobulated, we don't feel ourselves, they're the moments that I drum into people as much as I can. Meditate, meditate, meditate. When you meditate, you become in line with you. You calm yourself, you control your energies. We don't have control of anybody else's. We only have control of our own. And we are the only people that can change our life. It's only us. So if you want to change your life, you're in a relationship you don't want to be in anymore, or you're in a job you don't want to be in anymore, or you need to move somewhere, you need to change where you live, whatever. Only you can make those decisions. Only you can move forward and take those steps that you need to make to change your life and to find your own happiness. I hope that all makes sense to you guys, because the biggest lesson out of all of it, you can see every medium in the world, you can see every psychic in the world, you can see any spiritual worker in the world. But at the end of the day, it's only you that can change things by physically going and doing something different. If you find your life is repeating patterns over and over and over again, and you can't seem to move forward, then you need to find something different to do. You need to change what you do. It's that saying, what's that saying, where you keep repeating the same thing but expecting a different result is the first sign of madness. So if you find that your life is going through cycles and patterns that don't seem to change, and your life isn't changing, and you feel stagnant, you feel lost, you feel held back, whatever, you need to change the way you live your life. This is all the power of you. This is our lives. This is how we live. This is how we do things. It's all down to you. Yes, we could argue, well, if I make this decision, it's going to affect this person, that person, and so on and so forth. But if it's the right decision you need to make for you and your life and get you back onto your path, then that's the decision you have to make. And some decisions can be very painful, very difficult. Over the years, with my experience, in my entire life, I've lost people, I've lost friends, and I don't mean they've passed away. I mean, by me and my actions, I've lost them. You know, and I've had heartbreak, I've had, you know, losing jobs. My whole and instead of being angry, fighting and frustrating it, and having all that frustration of all these things not going the way that I want them to go, I then suddenly realized, hang on, that's my ego getting in my way. I take too many things, or I used to take too many things too personally. I used to believe that just by being good and trying to do good for people was enough, and it's not. What do I do for me? What do I do just for me? Not in a selfish way. But when I meditate and I connect to myself and I connect to spirit and I connect to the universal energy, I then start to understand what my path in my life, whilst I'm here as a human, what am I here for? What I start acting it, I start doing it, I start living and walking the path that I was meant to be, because I feel calm and I know it's the right thing to do. Now, the details of everything, my life is going to be different to yours. Your life is going to be different to mine. You know, the small details, I don't know every step of your life, as you don't know every step of my life. So my decisions that I make are for me. You know, so it's the same with you. I don't know your life. I can't tell you what you should and shouldn't be doing. Decisions, they're yours to make. But when we make those decisions, we have to take ownership and responsibility of our own decisions. I can guide, I can help, and I can give advice. But at the end of the day, the decisions are yours. Take responsibility of your lives, take control of your lives, and find your own happiness. And I believe we've got Alma. Alma on the line. Are you there, Alma?
Yes, I am. Good
How
afternoon.
you doing, Alma? Are you well today?
I'm doing good today. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Whereabouts are you from, Alma?
I'm from outside of Pittsburgh, Washington County.
Okie dokie, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's up north, isn't it? Up near the Great Lakes, that sort of area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm British, so, you know, please ignore my ignorance. I do apologise, Alma.
Oh, it's okay.
What can I do for you today, though, Alma? How can I help you?
I might just I don't know. Is anybody in the spiritual world reaching out?
Anybody in the spiritual world reaching out, you say?
Yeah.
Reaching out for what reason?
To connect with me.
Oh, to connect. Oh, right. You're talking about. Right. Okay. I got you. Sorry. I misunderstood what you meant and what you said. I do apologize, Alma.
Okay. It's okay.
No, that's fine. Instantly, Alma, as I connect to your energy, 2 seconds. Right. I do feel a sense of anxiety coming in me. My stomach's swirling around and I feel it's an anxiety, but I'm also getting my throat feel constricted, which usually means emotions and communication. I feel that there is a level of emotion there, hence what's hanging on to the anxiety. But I also feel that there's certain things you're not speaking the truth of. And it's not a criticism. It's like you're holding back because you're fearful of either the consequence or how people are going to react. But I feel that there's a part of your life that you need to speak up. Would that make sense to you, Alma?
Yeah.
Why am I seeing an old lady Why am I seeing an old lady, Alma, sitting down and crocheting, knitting, sewing, whatever you like to call it, a traditional American quilt?
That's my grandmother.
That's your grandmother. I'm seeing a lady, like I said, sat on a rocking chair, an old wooden rocking chair or an old wooden chair, and she's making American quilts. Um, Hang on, excuse my ignorance again, but would you understand why she's trying to bring into me a certain kind of cake or food or something that she was famous or known for cooking or something that's your favorite, but she's handing me a cake of some kind?
She liked to bake cakes and pies.
Okay. I do feel that she has that traditional sort of grandma, motherly sort of energy about her, that she was the traditional, like you said, she sews the American quilt, she likes to bake and all that sort of stuff. But it's almost like she loved to look after the family. Does that make sense? Everything she done was for the family one way or another, whether it was grandchildren, her husband or whoever. But I feel that she was the woman in the background that done everything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Can I understand? I've just been shown, are you at the moment in a point where you're either deciding to change jobs, deciding to leave your current job, or wanting to look at doing something new? But I feel that there's a change with career or job or work that you do.
You never know. There's always that possibility, but at this point right now, I love my job.
Go ahead. Oh, you love your job. Okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
But okay, if you love your job, that's fine. But how would this make sense? Have you considered about working for yourself, being self-employed?
I did at one point, yes.
Are you considering doing it again?
I'm not sure yet on that.
Because I feel that the change of job will be coming your way, but it'll be more of a case of under your control. In other words, you start a business, a side hustle, something that's for yourself, but it'll be something that you do that you enjoy doing. Does that make sense? So,
Oh, yes,
do you
yes.
understand what I'm
I
saying?
would, yes, I do.
And I
It's like
feel
a
that you
sea
need
glass
to.
up in Erie.
Okay, well, I feel that you need to do that, no matter how small or little it may be, and just by doing that alone, it will bring an energy into your life and to you by making that step, by starting that new business, by starting that self-employed work, by doing something you really enjoy, no matter how small it is. You may end up doing that as well as your other job, but eventually this new self-employed business, I feel after a year or two, will take over. It will start generating a revenue for you that you say to yourself, I can leave that other job. I'm earning enough from this now. I'm loving what I'm doing, and it will give you that sort of, what was I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? That sense of self, that sense of taking charge of your own life. Does that make sense to you, Alma?
Yes, very much so.
There you go. And I feel the only way we can give ourselves the confidence to do these things is by actually doing them, taking that leap of faith, no matter how scary and fearful it may be. Take that leap of faith. And just by making that step, that's actually energetically and with the universe and spirit, that's actually very poignant, because you take that first step, it's a very powerful step, and the energy comes into your life, and the universe and spirit will go, okay, if that's what you want to do, fine. And then they'll start throwing things your way. And you'll notice opportunity after opportunity after opportunity just seems to happen for you. But we have to take that leap of faith. We have to have that faith and that trust in spirit that if we do this, that they have our back.
Oh, okay. Because the other day I had a praying mantis come and visit me.
You had a what, sorry?
praying mantis come and visit me.
Praying mantis, right? Okay, that's an
Yes.
unusual animal to come and visit, you know. So have you looked up what the? I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure what a praying mantis means on a spiritual level, because it's not a usual sort of animal that will come and visit. But have you looked it up and why a praying mantis came to visit you?
It could be that I need to pull more to my spiritual side, or something luck, or something I need to do that.
There you go. There you go. There's something you need to do, right? Now, either A, you'll already know what that is specifically, or it's giving you the nudge that you need to do, that you need to do something, which you know you do, but you're not really sure what. I just get the feeling you need to do something for you.
Yeah.
So whether that's starting a new business, starting a new hobby, whatever it may be, I just feel you need to sort of stop, take a breather, connect to spirit and go, okay, what do I need to do for me? What would I like to do? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. I'm just looking out the window and there's a big hawk flying right around me.
Wow. There you go.
2 of them.
Oh,
2 of them.
Wow.
Oh, no, there's 3 now.
You've obviously 3. You're obviously highly connected, and spirit are trying to get so many signals and signs to you and things like that. So if ever you see an animal or a sign or a signal and you're not sure what it means, research it, Google it, look out there, type in, and then when you read something, if it resonates with you and you read it and you go, that makes sense to me, then that's the message you're supposed to receive.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because again, it's something I've noticed in the spiritual fraternity as a whole. And I can be accused of this 15 years ago, 20 years ago when I started, that sometimes we think spirit connecting to us or talking to us is a big booming voice from the sky, when it's not actually that. It's a very subtle thing. It can be a sign, like you just said. You had a praying mantis come and visit you. You've now just seen 3 hawks outside your house. You know, so look up what they mean specifically. You'll read something and you go, that's what that means to me. That makes sense to me. And then that's what you're supposed to listen to. That's what you're supposed to hear. That's the message that spirit are trying to get through to you. So keep going, Alma. You're doing amazing. The fact that you're aware, the fact that you're asking these questions is huge in the first state. And I also get the feeling that you understand the difference between spiritual connection and also the materialistic world. You understand the difference. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
You understand the materialistic human side of us, and then the spiritual energy, emotional, mental, spiritual side of us. They're 2 completely different things.
Yes.
Yeah.
There he is. Yeah.
All right, then.
I'm not big on material stuff.
I hope that helps you, sweetie.
Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome. And I've got a Deborah on line 2 from Phoenix in Arizona. Thank you ever so much, Alma. Take care of yourself. Deborah in Phoenix, Arizona. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
How are you doing, Deborah?
I am doing okay. I been going up and down lately, but things are turning around for me right now. So
good. When you say things have been up and down for you lately, how recently are we talking? We talking the last few days, few weeks, few months, few years? What are we talking?
2 months, a couple like since April, I've been having some struggles. In my boyfriend and I, we found a nice place. So things turning around. So I
understand. I understand. I will be honest, Deborah. I totally understand. You said since about April, and I've got to be honest. In my own personal life, it was around April that things changed for me in a certain level. Now, this year, 2023, has been really quite a energetic year. There's been supermoons. I think this is the first year in a long time. There was 3 or 4 supermoons on the trot, one month after the other after the other. It was a very energetic and spiritual year this year, and there's still loads more to come. Like I said, we've got the Hunter's Moon at the end of the month and all that. And when these things happen, you will find that all the things that happen are like what's happened to you at the moment since April. You said you've been up and down and all that. Now, have you noticed that all the things that have happened to you since April, some of the things that have been removed out of your life, whether it's people or situations or materialistic things, whatever it be, but there's been things that have been removed out of your life that maybe at the time you resisted a little bit, but now after the fact, you actually can sit there and go, I can understand why they've been removed out of my life. Would that make sense?
Yes.
Right. Now, as you said, yes, this to me then shows you the power of spirit. They know what they're doing. It's us that don't know what we're doing. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So spirit, what they've done is I'm being shown at the beginning of the year, you set an intention out to spirit or out to the spiritual world or out to energy in the universe, but you set an intention. You asked, I would like my life to be like this. And would you understand that you asked that before April, and then April was when things started to happen?
Yes, I noticed that.
Okay. So us as humans, when we lose things out of our life, whether it's a job, people, materialistic things, whatever, we see it as a loss and we resist it and we try and stop it from happening. We don't want to lose it, blah, blah. When in actual fact, sometimes we need to just sit back, take a deep breath, connect to spirit and go, okay, you're removing this. There's obviously a reason why. And 9 times out of 10, that reason why doesn't show itself until after the fact. Would that make sense?
Yeah, my wife has said the same thing. I need to be patient.
Trust me, patience. They say patience is a virtue, but it's one of the few virtues I really struggle with, Deborah. Trust me. So it's not just you. You understand? But all I'm saying is, have faith, have trust, know that everything will work out in the end. I know that's a cliche, but it is like that. These last couple of years as a whole for me have been very, very up and down. And I mean extremes up and down from one side to the other. And I had a lot of mental and emotional issues because of that. I was struggling and everything else. But once I started coming out of it and things started to happen, I could then actually see, oh my word, that was meant to happen. That person was meant to be removed from my life. I was meant to finish that relationship. I was meant to change that job. And I'm just using job as an example. I'm an engineer by trade. I'm a qualified engineer. I used to be in the British Navy, the Royal Navy, Royal Fleet Auxiliary, all of that. So this sort of thing is as far removed, but I've had experiences since I was a child. I used to see dead people and so on and so forth. And the last 4 or 5 years, I kept on losing jobs for reasons and I couldn't really understand. I lost about 3 different jobs in the last 4 or 5 years. But once I come out the other side of it, I understood Spirit wanted me to do this. And this is what I do now. This is my job. This is my life. It's not a hobby anymore. I give readings, I do platforms, I do workshops, I do energy sessions, I do clearings, I do everything I've learned all my life. I'm now doing the job that I was supposed to be doing. But because I was a human and I was caught into that trap of going to work 9 to 5, earning the money, paying the bills and so on and so forth, I believe that's what I had to do. But it was a couple of years ago, I took that leap of faith and I went to Spirit, okay, if this is what you want me to do, let's do it. So I took that leap of faith. I took that change. I took that alternative road, as it were. And it was the best decision I've ever done. I'm 47, Deborah. And the last 2 years, I've been the happiest I've ever been.
I just turned 60.
You just turned 60, there you go. It doesn't matter how old you are. I'm 47, like I said, and in the last 2 years, it's the first time ever in my life I'm genuinely happy, and I genuinely like who I am. But I had to go through all those changes to realize that I'm comfortable, I'm calm, I'm peaceful with who I am. And I think you will get that same feeling within about 6 months. A few more changes are coming your way, but in 6 months' time, you're going to look back and you're going to say to yourself, I completely understand why I went through all what I went through.
Would there be any jobs available for me? I'm looking for jobs right now.
You're looking for what? Sorry?
Job.
Job?
I've been looking for some jobs.
When you're talking about jobs and work and money and that, why are they showing me again? Not like the lady previous caller, but why are they showing me like creative crafts? There's things that you make that are creative or whatever that are spiritually linked. What do you make in your own private time?
Right now I'm going to school. I'm doing writing. I'm creative writing.
Writing, that's fine. It's a creative thing. Go down that road. You're saying about new job, new whatever. Right. How many times do we all work and do a job that we don't really want to do or we don't like, but we have to do it just because it pays the bills? I believe that you're very similar to me about however long ago, 5-6 years ago. I think Spirit have put you into the position and saying, okay, what do you want to do? What do you want to do that you enjoy? So the creative writing, I feel, go down that path. See if you can sell some stories, some short stories, some whatever it is you write creatively, get some into some magazines or onto an online magazine or something. But I feel that we're going to start opening up doors. When you go down the creative route, doors will start opening and opportunities will start happening for you.
I finished culinary school. So I like cooking. That's my passion. I'm on a different path. I'm like a kitchen witch. That's my first path. Like I love cooking. I like herbs. I like magic. But good magic, not bad.
Nice. Well, I am, to be honest with you, I am running out of time. But just before you do go, would you understand why someone's just given me to give to you lemonade, homemade lemonade?
Oh, okay.
Someone's just said the cliche, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
I do one more? Yeah.
So I feel is that you need to take that leap of faith. Okay, Deborah? Like I said, I'm running out. I'm down to like the last 30 seconds or whatever. But thank you ever so much for ringing in, Deborah. Please join me next week, everyone. And I hope that that's helped you, Deborah, with that little bit of guidance. But understand, guys, we've got the new moon at the end of this month. If you've got intentions or you'd like something to happen on that night, don't forget, put your crystals out, because the full moon cleanses your crystals, so it re-energizes all your crystals for you. So you'll feel them in the morning, re-energized. But get yourself out there, put an intention, send the prayer out into the world and into the universe on the night of the full moon, and say to Spirit, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I'm trying to do. Please bring that into my life, and send it out there with love and light, and then let it happen. So thank you everyone for joining me this afternoon, and I hope to see you all next week where I'll be interviewing someone. So take care and have a wonderful week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee John. Renee John, live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is Reset Wednesday. I'm Renee Johnson. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm glad that you all are joining me. It's been a really interesting week once again in my detox journey, doing this healing path that I've been on. I know quite a few people have joined me in this, and we start out with what I call my lemon buddies. You know, we're all drinking our lemon water, and if you're not sure about that, it's just about getting up in the morning, making you a beautiful, big, clean glass of water and adding the juice of one whole lemon to it, organic preferably, but whatever you can do, and drinking that water throughout the day. If, depending on what your body size is, you want to drink about 1/3 of the ounces of your weight. So if you drink half your ounces, if you're, say, 140 pounds, you drink 70 ounces of water, you want to make about 1/3 of that lemon water, or even a half, depending on where you are in your health. Lemons help clean out the body, get rid of mucus, get rid of toxins, get you set up to move on back into restorative healing. So we I really encourage, and my group really encourages everyone to join us in this. There's so much more about lemons that I can share with you, but we're kind of, short on time on the show. So I'm going to give you a little parts and pieces tonight of different things that you can do for your health and what I'm doing. And then you're welcome to get in touch with me privately. We can jump on a quick call and I can fill you in on those things. And you may like to join my program, 6 weeks or 6 months, or even a year program, depending on where you're at and what you're wanting to accomplish. So, it's really interesting how we go through life, and, depending on your age, depending on your circumstances, a lot of times we think we're okay. And then something happens. Maybe, I don't know, you get a lot of congestion. You might have allergies. It might be something really small, or God forbid, it could be something big. You find a spot on your body that isn't right, or your energy's not, or just something's not right. And you go and you get the test done and you get this news. And a lot of times we spiral, right? We just freak out and we're like, oh, dear God, I don't have time for this. What if this happens? What if that happens? And we just go to the absolute worst places that you can imagine. Trust me, been there, done that. It's not fun. So when my guides have talked to me, they always tell me to have no fear, no fear, only awareness, no fear, only awareness, no fear, only awareness. This is across the board about everything. I've been hearing this since, I don't know, about 2003, I think it was the first time this message came across. And actually, the next day, I encountered some new neighbors that taught me why I got that message. And if I hadn't got the message, I think I really would have went a lot deeper into drama over the circumstance and the situation that arose. At that time, I was dealing with another health challenge, or I thought I was dealing with another health challenge. Turns out it's just the same things, just different levels. And so I carry that, and I share that with all my clients and everyone. When we're starting to panic, we have to take time to tune in, and get grounded. So this morning I was considering about this show, and I usually write down my notes and things, and then they change throughout the week because I have different messages come to me when I sit in meditation or I pray. I get all kinds of different visions and visuals and words and knowings. And being the intuitive that I am, that's always fun because sometimes it's not for me. It's for someone that's watching the show, or maybe it's someone that's already reached out to me, or, whatever. And sometimes it's just for the collective. I'm just supposed to share it and have no idea who it's for. And that's fine. So this morning, as I was washing dishes at 6:30, it came to me that mindfulness is so imperative for us, especially right now in this world of, chaos and the things that are going on. So as I was washing dishes, it's really funny. When my hands are in water or my body's in water, I always have these amazing experiences that come up, and I remember things that I forgot in my past. My childhood stuff comes up, and sometimes it's not real pleasant. But with my hands in the water, it just soothes me. It really just gives me the ability to remember, to accept it, to process it, not to push it aside, not to get distracted. And that's what mindfulness is. So as you're thinking, setting, yourself up for mindfulness, you can do this walking, you can do this washing dishes, you can do this driving in your car. Whatever you're doing, the key is to be here now. And that can become your mantra. It was given to me by a phenomenal teacher, a couple of phenomenal teachers, actually, something that or similar. One is the point of power is in the present. Same thing. So being here now, that means while I'm washing dishes, I'm feeling the soap on the rag, I'm feeling the hot water on my hands, I feel the water rinsing the dishes, I feel the glass, I feel the china, the ceramic, whatever it is. Maybe the sink's warmer, I have a aluminum or no stainless steel sink and it gets really hot. So whatever it is that you're doing, you want to be there now. That means you're not thinking about getting the kids ready for school. You're not thinking about what shoes you're going to wear. You're not thinking about dinner. You're not thinking about anything except what you're doing in that moment. When we do this, just saying that, you see, it brings me to this focus right now as I'm looking at the screen and I'm thinking of each of you out there. It's helping me to remember to stay centered and balanced. And my heart rate decreased. I know my blood pressure went down. My energy slows down, my thinking slows down, my speech slows down because I typically talk pretty fast. But it's almost impossible to have erratic thinking. It is impossible to be scared, to be in drama when you're here now, when you're in the present moment, even if it's chaos. I have a couple of really good friends who are nurses, and that one of them works in the emergency room, and she's probably watching. And I think about her often because, as a nurse in the emergency room, you can't be thinking about anything but that patient, that person that you're working on, because lives are at stake. And to have this ability to focus, tune in, turn up your inner knowingness to be able to be in that moment, can save a life, save your life, save other people's lives. And it's for a nurse, it's going to save that person's life, and you're going to be able to be at your greatest and highest instead of freaking out and wondering, where we're going to stop this blood. And you go right back to your training. So whether you're in the medical field, the healing field, I don't care if you're an engineer, whatever you are, whatever you are, if you're a stay-at-home mom, when things are happening, to be able to stay centered and balanced is a great gift. So doing that, all you have to do is just like we did last week, is to feel your bottom on the chair, feel the chair on your bottom, feel the pressure underneath your bottom, to feel the weight of you in that place. Take that breath, tune into that breath, breathing in and then out. And I'm just giving you these tips once again to refresh you. Towards the end of this show, we're going to go ahead and do a little mindfulness session meditation, and it'll be a little bit totally different from this, just for fun, really, and to give you a little bit more skill so that you can use to carry yourself forward. So going through this healing process is very important that I use mindfulness. I use all the tools in my toolbox. I use hypnosis. I use Reiki. I do hands-on Reiki on myself. I use quantum touch. I use my herbal skills. I am an herbalist. I use all my herbal skills. I know about essential oils. So if I'm stressed, I use lavender. If I'm, tired and feeling like I need to get a little bit of energy, I just use pure lemon oil. Here we are with lemon again, right? And when you smell lemon, it just wakes you up. It refreshes you. It restores you. When you smell lavender, it calms you down. These are scientific proof. There's scientific proof behind this. It's not just me saying this. And once you do it, you'll know. You won't even need the scientific proof because you just know, right? So, that's a few ways that I have continued along this healing journey. Because as I've said before, when you're being challenged and you go through this process like I'm going through, it's not for people who just want to hurry up and get it done. There's there's a whole school of thought out there about, detox versus cleansing versus fasting versus what we call juice or fruit feasting. These are all similar but different, because when you're cleansing, typically cleansing is like a 1 to, 5-day thing, maybe 7 days, but typically it's like a one-time shot. And a lot of movie stars do it. A lot of, people do it right before a wedding. They want to drop a couple of pounds. And people always say that to me. I don't need to lose weight. And they'll say, Renee, why are you doing that? And I tell them, they're like, well, you're losing weight. And I'm like, no, I'm losing waste, because we accumulate waste in our body, these toxins, these biofilms, all this funky junk that we take in. I ate meat, all meat, for a lot of years. I was a vegetarian for years. I've gone through all of that. But, when you eat a lot of seafood, you're taking in a lot of mercury. When you're eating a lot of, store-bought beef and pork and chicken and all that stuff, you're taking in hormones, you're taking in antibiotics. When you're, eating produce that you're not washing, I hate to tell you, you're taking in parasites, meat too. You're taking in, pesticides. When you're putting gas in your car, you're taking in those fumes, you're taking in petroleum. It's just, we're inundated with all these things that our bodies take in. So when you're doing a cleanse, you're doing something to prepare you. Either you're doing it quick, like I said, somebody wants to drop a few pounds, fit into your clothes or something, or you're doing a real cleanse, and that's to prepare you to go deeper into a detox. Detox is much deeper, and typically it could be years. I mean, it just depends on where you're at in your health again. This is something I teach. This is something I stand by, and it's something I'm actively doing. And quite a few people are doing it with me. So if you'd like to join us, give me a call, email me, text me, whatever you got to do. And, I'll teach you more about that. With fasting is another thing. Fasting is either water fasting, where you're only taking in water, dry fasting, which I will help some people do every once in a while, but I don't typically recommend it. It's intense. And then there's, just fasting from food, and you're doing the water. And then, there's different levels of this again. But normally people think of fasting as a religious rite. People, the Bible calls us to fast. Other, scrolls and text and religions call their people to fast. Typically, growing up Baptist, I was told that you should fast like once a week. And what you're doing is you're fasting to get closer to God, to get closer to your Creator, to open yourself up to the words and wisdom and guidance of God, the Holy Spirit, your connection, whatever your belief is. And fasting, what it does is it allows you to be more centered and mindful, right? It helps you be more mindful of your connection to your source, right? So I've done this as well when I've had trauma in my life with my family or friends, and God, people die and they're sick and you can't reach them, and they just can't hear me when I'm trying to tell them, you need to juice and you need to fast, and they're not going to do it. They're going to go whatever way they've chosen to go. And sometimes it really has upset me in the past, because I just couldn't understand why they're choosing to leave us when they could stay and be healthy. And, I've worked through a lot of this, but when those things have happened, I choose to fast because I need answers, and I can't get them while I'm pigging out and just eating all this food and just weighing myself down. So, I might fast for a day. I might fast for 12 hours. I might fast for 3 days, whatever. So those are some of the differences. But as always, it's mind, body, spirit. You cannot fast, detox, or even fruit feast or juice feast without reaching all those levels. Typically, it starts in the physical, and you made a decision that you want to clean out your body and get ready. So, like if you're getting ready to build a house, you come in, you clear the land, you clear the spot, you level the spot, right? And then you start building that foundation. And you don't put the roof on first, you put the foundation, you put that concrete pad or whatever your foundation is, and then you start building the sides and the walls, and then you put the structure up for the roof and the trusses, and then you put your roof up, and right? So then you've got your foundation, and then you start building. So it's the same thing with our health. When you're mind, body, spirit, when you're wanting to make these changes, you start down at the deepest parts. And guys, this will take you into the deepest parts of yourself. If you're intuitive, or if you're not intuitive, you will become intuitive. If you're very intuitive, it's going to awaken gifts in you that maybe have been laid dormant for a while, or maybe you already have them, but you're going to increase those gifts. You're going to have more visions. You're going to have more clear information. You're going to be able to give readings like you've never given before, with like full technicolor, visions behind them. You may not sleep, but you will have experiences where you're in the dream world, or you may sleep like I have this week. So this is week 4, I think, of this this new protocol that I've started. It's the second week of this new chiropractic experience with getting my Atlas reset and doing the soft wave therapy. A lot more on this, if you want to know, just contact me. And what I have found is where I wasn't sleeping at all, now I'm sleeping like I just go to sleep. I probably look tired right now. It's my body restoring. I've been doing the cleansing. I've been doing the detox. My bowels have been cleansing. Yes, that's personal, but that's been a big problem with me with having lead poison as a child, and all the heavy metals I've accumulated was to get rid of all these heavy metals. And they take you places physically that is exhausting, and then you get through that, and then the emotional stuff comes in, and you get through that, with some of the tips and things I'm teaching you. And then you get into the spiritual. And when the spiritual starts with me, like I said, I get these full-blown visions, like stronger than usual. And I've been sleeping. So when I go to sleep, it's like I'm in a movie, and it's just one thing after another. Last week, I shared with you guys, and I said I knew I would get the answer to this, and I did yesterday, actually. Well, yeah, last night when they announced this war with Israel and all the stuff that's happening there. When I was last week, I saw in my mind's eye this machine, and I think I explained it like it looked like a big trash compactor or something, but instead of compacting trash, it was spitting out like trash and garbage bags and just nasty stuff. And I was like, what is this? Well, maybe I didn't say this on the air last time, but sometime in that time frame, I got that it was a propaganda machine. And I thought, well, that's interesting. So what's the propaganda about? Well, I think it was about 4 o'clock this morning. I really don't remember now because, again, I've been sleeping so much. But I got up and I wrote that down because what I saw was all the stuff that's just came out in the last 24, 48 hours about what's happening in these other countries is real. Don't get me wrong. It's real. I'm going to kind of read the notes that I put here. The machine spewing trash was and is for this newest war threat. Stay aware, stay grounded. We will ride this storm out. And then it was a flashback back to 2005 and visions of destruction within the garden. What I was being shown as I was getting those words was, again, smoke and mirrors. It's smoke and mirrors. I've been getting this for many, many years for a lot of different things. When certain people in my life have come up to me and just straight up lied and tried to manipulate me into something, I get this image of this giant mirror and all this smoke. And it's like, watch this hand while this hand slaps you. I get that a lot too. And in this case, what I'm being shown is the stuff is real, but what they're saying about it is not accurate. And it's to line us up for something that they want us to agree to and move towards. So this is really interesting. Right before I started the show tonight, I was someone told me, I haven't had time to check this out, but I was told that there was a military plane, a jet, that I believe they said it was the Navy. Again, I haven't checked this out, but they absolutely refused to go join into this battle and do what they were told to do. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. And they refused. And they refused our administration. You know what I'm talking about? They refused our leader. They absolutely refused. And I'm very interested to go check this out and see what the consequences will be. But hats off to them, because you know what? If we stand in our knowingness, we stand in our awareness, and we stand in our mindfulness, no fear, only awareness, we can't be fooled. And I know throughout history, we have been led into some horrible atrocities against mankind. And it's time for us to stop fighting with one another and stand up to the true evil. And I think you all know what I'm talking about. And it's time. So we take our planet back. We take our rights back. We stand for who we are. And we stand up for each other. It's not about the people in Europe and the people in Israel and the people in Jamaica and the people in Florida and the people in Tennessee or wherever. It's about we are humankind. We are a bunch of spirit beings having a human experience. And damn it, it's time for us to really join together and remember that. And these mucky mucks up there that are pulling our strings and spewing this propaganda out there, we really need to stand up and say, I don't believe it. I'm not buying it. I'm not scared of it. I'm going to pray. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to stand in my truth. I'm going to help other people stand and be powerful and be who we came here to be. So, okay, I'll stop preaching. Anyways, that's what I got. And by getting that helped me understand that what I've been saying on my show is accurate, because it is, I say it all the time, and I'll tell you too, walk your talk. If you can't walk it, don't talk it, because it's going to come back and bite you in the butt. If you're standing there telling people, drink lemon water, do this, do that, don't swear, don't drink, don't do this, whatever. And I'm not saying that's me telling you that, but a lot of people do. Then don't drink, don't swear, drink your lemon water, do whatever you're telling people to do. And you're saying you are, be. Because if you don't, at this time right now where the planets are lined up, it's going to come back and slap you in the face hard. And I know I've been there in the past, I've been there. So I've learned my lessons, and I try to truly honor and do exactly what I tell you guys to do. So trust me, if I tell you to detox, I'm detoxing, and I've been there, and I can walk you through it because I know what it's like when you're at the worst parts of it. But again, once you get through it and you get out the other side, guys, you can clear anything. I don't think there's a dis-ease or an illness or a challenge in this world that we cannot heal. Not one, not one. If we can get to the root of it, and the root of it is mindfulness, and it's nutrition, and it's doing whatever it takes to get that foundation set so that you can be cleansed and then start restoring and rebuilding. It's, boy, the time's gone by fast. I see that we're running out of time. So I'm going to, instead of doing what I was going to do, I just want to kind of talk you down a little bit and just allow you to take a minute. Breathe in through your nose. That's it. And out through your mouth. And again, in through your nose. And out through your mouth. Just allow yourself to feel the calm. Just feel that sense of peace. And knowing that you're amazing. You're beautiful. Exactly as you are. We all have little tweaks to make. But you're exactly as you need to be in this moment. Make a decision, any decision. Whatever it is that you are most interested in adjusting within yourself, whatever that is. Is it your health? Is it your stress level? Is it something within your family? Maybe it's within your personal relationship. Maybe it's your relationship with your source as you understand. Do you want to get closer to God? Do you want to hear the Holy Spirit? Do you want to feel the Holy Spirit? Do you want to amp up your relationship with your guides, your gifts? Because you have them. Everyone has them. Whatever it is. So as you're breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth, closing your eyes, just imagine walking down very slowly 3 steps. Going down, relaxing. 3, that's it. 2, more relaxed. That's right. 1, that's perfect. And at this perfect level of relaxation, imagine a beautiful red door in front of you. Push the door open. And as the door opens, realize you've left everything behind that no longer serves you. Step through the door. That's perfect. And there in front of you, see a beautiful, beautiful waterfall. Maybe you hear it. Maybe you smell it. See the light bouncing off of it. And as the waters cascade down, just know With the water going down, it's taking down, taking away any of the stuff that you'd like to change and release. That's perfect. And find yourself at the base of the waterfall in a beautiful pool. It's calm. The water's perfect. That's it. And allow yourself to step into the pool, submerge your body, the perfect depth. And go ahead, let yourself go all the way under the water. Come back up. It's perfect. Step out of the pool. And where it was clear, notice now how it's just kind of dirty and murky. All the stuff that's been washed away in these living waters. Healthy and clean. That's perfect. Knowing that whatever your intention was before you started is instilled now. Allow yourself to move back past the waterfall, back to the door. Feeling cleansed and clear, ready to move on. Go through the door, up the stairs. 1, 2, 3. That's perfect. And at the top of the stairs, just allow yourself to start to come back, bringing back all the greatness, the goodness, the wonderful changes, feeling lighter and refreshed, knowing that all the changes are taking place. And when you open your eyes, as you will do now, 1, 2, 3, open your eyes. Find yourself just craving to drink more water, adding lemon to it. Finding yourself just craving, knowing that there's changes to be made. Looking forward to learning more about detox and fasting and feasting and just shifting things around, shaking it up, getting healthier and stronger. Knowing that from this point forward, you'll stand in your awareness. Fear is a thing of the past. Smoke and mirrors, remember? And when you're hearing the news or people talking, just remember that propaganda machine spewing out lies and manipulations, and stand in your center, guys. I love you all. I so appreciate your time with me. Please call me, 931-239-2592. Get on a quick call. Let's see if we're a good fit to work together. If I'm not a good fit for you, I probably know someone who is, and I'll just send you right over to them. And if you just like to comment, when you see this, please comment in the sections below. Share my videos. Any way you can. Help me. Just help me by sharing, commenting, liking, loving, whatever. If you got something you want to say that, maybe it's not the most positive thing. I don't care. Be true to yourself. Share it. Comment. I love you all. Y'all have a beautiful night. Stay out of fear. Keep looking up. And just remember, it's exactly as it needs to be. And if it's not, reset it, just like we did tonight. See y'all next week. I love you. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm excited to be here again to give you some support and advice on your spiritual journey. And what I provide for those on their spiritual journey is intuitive messages that I receive from my spirit team that help us to really learn to align our mind, body with our soul and spirit. And so if you look me up on Amazon or on any online profile, you'll see that I'm an author as well. I have 2 books out, Leaf Lessons and Composting the Ego. And I want to talk a little bit today about the healing process that we go through when we go through spiritual awakening and why it's important to allow ourselves to feel all the emotions that come with that process. I work with a lot of people that go through an awakening where they are leaving behind old beliefs or things that they once thought were real. Particularly with a religious background, or if they've been taught something about spirituality that suddenly they're like not sure if they agree with anymore. And that can feel really hard to your ego. It can feel really hard to trust yourself and your intuition. And I spent over 18 years working in the mental health field. And while I was in mental health, we talked a lot about coping skills. And something that we did with coping skills were use them to calm our body down so that we didn't react or respond in ways we didn't want to do. However, on a spiritual side of things, coping skills can sometimes cause us to gaslight our emotions and feelings. And gaslighting means avoid them. And so I really encourage my clients I work with, when they get into a safe place and situation, to actually allow themselves to feel their emotions instead of try to always use coping skills to release them. And the more you do this, the more you feel your emotion, the more you heal. So if you are on this process of a spiritual awakening journey or healing or trying to process things that are coming up for you and you want extra support, you are welcome to reach out to me on my website, angieharris.org, and I can support you in working through understanding the difference between really allowing yourself to heal with emotions or using a coping skill and when the appropriate time is to do that. So I did want to take a call today, and it looks like we have Brittany from Winnipeg, Canada. And so, Brittany, are you there?
Hi, I am here. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Perfect. I'm good. I'm just at work. How are you?
I'm good. Is there something that you were wanting to call in for, or were you wanting a general reading?
Kind of like a general, I guess.
Okay. So just anything that Spirit is wanting to share with you at the time.
Pardon?
So you're up for anything that Spirit wants to share?
Yes, definitely,
okay.
yes.
All right. So let's see what the Spirit team would like to say, Brittany. So I'm pulling some of my oracle cards, and I have a deck here that just has some words on it. And the first card that just popped out here says prune. And when I tune into this, it kind of feels as if maybe there are some situations in your life that you're wishing would be different, or that you're wanting to have a different perspective about. Maybe even releasing something, possibly. I will say we just had, I'm not sure if you guys were able to see that where you are, but we just had the solar eclipse over the weekend. Did you know about that?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so at the same time we had a new moon in Libra. With the new moon in Libra and the solar eclipse, my spirit team was sharing with me that this was a time of release. It was a time of really allowing karmic cycles to shift in our life so that we can more align with our soul purpose, why we're here on earth. Maybe that means letting go of relationships or jobs that don't serve us and stepping into new opportunities that spirit is trying to bring into our life. And so I don't know if there's areas in your life right now you're feeling strain or stress that you're wishing that would change. Do you feel like there's anything going on like that in your life right now?
Oh yeah, I'm I guess relationship wise, and then school. I'm at work in school.
Okay.
But mostly letting go is probably relationship wise.
Okay. So I'm hearing that it's really hard to balance, and there may be some like internal struggle with letting go of things that are not serving you because you're afraid to hurt other people. You're afraid of the reactions that will happen. Um, but I really feel like Spirit is wanting you to remember that when you place your trust in your own intuition, in your spirit team guiding you forward, that you will always land on your feet. It may not feel good in the moment because our body, our ego, the part of us that wants to control things or always feel like we're making the most perfect decision, it doesn't always make sense to our mind because we've been taught to believe a certain way about ourselves and the world around us. And that clashes against what the spirit might be trying to do. And so I feel I can sense turmoil in you regarding some of the things that you're feeling pulled in right now. But I also really feel as if you have some pretty big goals for yourself. Does that line up?
Yeah, so I'm trying to do school and then do work and then do school for nursing.
Oh my, yeah, you definitely have a lot going on.
Yeah.
So that I can see how you're feeling a lot of pressure and stress. So I just pulled another card for you and it says discipline. I can accomplish anything I set my mind to. And do you ever do any kind of like manifesting or like setting intentions or affirmations for yourself?
No.
Okay. Do you know much about that or how to do it?
Just kind of repeat it to yourself daily.
Okay. So what I want to kind of teach you and what I hear spirit wanting to tell you is that sometimes the belief that we have on ourselves is very limiting and we hold ourselves back from our potential because of that. And I feel this great potential inside of you to accomplish these big dreams you have inside of you. Like, I even see you, like, I just got a vision in my head of you 2 years out from now being so excited and happy. I don't know how much more school you have left, but like, I see you accomplishing this, but in this moment, in this time, making really hard decisions that will guide you to that. I will tell you, I understand. I've had to make very hard decisions in my life as well. But it feels really bad in the moment. But the more that you align with your soul and your intuition and where your spirit is trying to guide you, the more it flows. It's just our mind and ego that try to hold us back and keep us from achieving what we're really meant to do in this life. And I'm hearing that you're a healer. Spirit wants you to remember that you have to do that with yourself first. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, it's more like the discipline.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is interesting that card had come out for you. So don't be afraid to make the hard decisions. And you're always welcome to reach out and do a private reading with me. I do help people with this because I know firsthand it's hard, but I promise you, like I see you in the future, like feeling so energetic and aligned and happy. It's just in the moment. It's almost like that fear right before you jump off the cliff. You're like, oh God, I don't know if I can do this because I don't know if I'm going to land. I don't know what's at the bottom. But Spirit is saying,
oh no, I probably wouldn't do it. I'm too scared.
yeah, me too. But Spirit is saying, we are here. We're here to help you, to release the fear and trust that there's something inside of you guiding you, and it's the right direction for you, and you will be okay. The reason this is a struggle is because you're fighting against what you know is true, and when you release the fight, all of it will align the way it's meant to. So
okay.
I hope that is helpful. Again, if you want some more on that, since we don't have a ton of time here today, I'm happy to support you. You just get on my website, angieharris.org, and you are always welcome to dive in a little bit deeper into that. I want to dig a little bit in with the short amount of time that we have here. What do you feel like the biggest fear is that you're going to miss out on something, or is it more about other people?
I think it's more like, I guess, failing the course.
Okay. Failing. Okay. So I think this is where Spirit is wanting to say, to work on manifesting. See yourself achieving at it. Instead of looking ahead and thinking, I'm going to fail, and looking ahead and predicting a failure, start manifesting success. Start manifesting and seeing yourself, like when you get up in the morning, be like, I cannot wait to pass my exam. I cannot wait to live this life.
It does. Like it's a little, I don't want to say clearance.
Yeah.
Like clear mind. Yeah.
Yes. And I do this too, so I understand. But I wish you the best with it, and hopefully we can hear how you do. I'm excited for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You are welcome. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I just want to thank everybody for being with me today, and look forward to next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello, good afternoon, good good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I hope this isn't too dark here. I am down the beach, and it's starting to get a little overcast right now. They said we might get some rain tonight. That's okay. So how has everyone been faring with all of the crazy energy? We really had a lot going on this summer with the energy, and then it just keeps snowballing, keeps rolling. We had that beautiful summer or end of summer, fall, whatever, sun eclipse, and I didn't get to see it in my part of the world. I hope you got to see it in your part of the world, because the photos were absolutely amazing. I was very lucky and blessed last year around this time. I was in India, and we were on the road taking a bus from one town to the other. It was a private bus. There was a small group of us, 8 women, and our tour guide and our bus driver. And I look up, and the sun looked a little odd, and it kept changing. And I went, oh my gosh, are we expecting a solar eclipse today? So we pulled over. We got the pleasure of seeing that summer eclipse partial. It was amazing. So I know that all of those in North and South America on the West Coast had a beautiful, beautiful show last week, a few days ago or whatever. So besides that, we're going to have a lunar eclipse soon. Full moon is coming up in, a couple weeks. So I hope everyone is remembering to center, to ground, to go outside and run around barefoot and hug some trees, keeping yourself grounded and centered, and those wonderful, wonderful salt baths. Get those salt baths in. This is going to help you remove toxins and help you stay grounded. And I want to say hello, Jennifer in Dublin. I love your city, Jennifer. Dublin is beautiful. How are you?
It's nice. I'm good. It's nice to talk with you.
Yes, you too. Thanks for calling in. And how can I help you today? Would you like me to connect with a loved one on the other side, or do you have questions for me today?
I would like you to connect with a loved one. Yes, I would. I would love you to connect with a loved one.
Okay, and who is that? Give me their name and their relationship to you.
His name is Kane, and he's my son.
Ken, and this was your life partner?
My son, my 16-year-old son.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Ian.
Hold on. All right.
Ian.
Give me any more information. Thank you. Let me try to bring in his beautiful energy. I hope this is him. I see a young man coming in, and he shows me he wants me to say that he felt emotionally less mature than he put out. Would you understand that?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, thank you. Because he makes me feel like he makes me feel like he felt that he should have been more mature emotionally at 16. I think he thought he was, like the big man, but he tells me no, inside he did not feel that grown up yet. He still felt like the little boy. Okay, you understand that. Perfect. Yes. He's okay. So he shows me you sitting in a big comfy chair. And were you recently going through a photo album, please, looking at photos of him?
Yeah. Well, I always look through photographs of him.
Oh, you do it all the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Yeah.
he's saying, Mom, I'm there with you when you do that. And would you understand finding feathers or a feather where you wouldn't have expected to find it, please?
Yes. Yes.
That's him.
Yes.
That's him.
Yes.
He shows me
Yeah.
the feather. Perfect. Because what he showed me was like little teeny tiny bird feathers or something, like it just made me feel like it was you're finding feathers or found a feather where you normally wouldn't have expected to find a feather. Okay.
In the kitchen. Yeah. I found 5, 6 of them. Yeah.
That's him. That's him sending them to you. That's his sign for you. That's wonderful. And I'm getting conflicting images from him. So I don't know if this is him or someone else, but he shows me like very thin and lanky, kind of on the tall side, average or tall side, with the freckles. Will you understand? Was that him or is this a friend?
No.
Is this
No.
is?
Sorry.
Do you understand that? Do you understand the tall, lanky, sort of tall, lanky young man with the reddish hair and the freckles?
No. He didn't have any freckles. No.
No, what about a friend of his that's still here?
Lanky, tall with the freckles.
Thin, very thin, very lanky young man. All right, I'll leave that with you. It may come to you later. I'm going to ask him, for more information, but he does make me feel that this is someone that he kind of left behind. Like there was someone that befriended him. He's not showing me how he passed. And because I'm asking him, for more evidence of his, of himself,
Yeah.
um, I'm getting kind of some, conflicting things, and so I think I feel he may be referring to himself. He could also be referring to this other young man that you don't recognize. Would he have had an illness, please, a physical illness that affected his mental health?
No.
Okay, I am feeling a physical illness, but either the medication or the illness affecting like some depression. And this may be around this other young man. He may not be on this side. It may have been someone he knew that he's with on the other side.
Is that a big thing about depression? Like, or is that just like the medication that he took would have made him feel weirder? Is that what he means?
Okay, fine. All right. I can take that he was on medication that altered his thought processes. Let's put it that way. Or emotional feeling. And are you and his father together, please?
No.
Thank you. Because he shows the separation of the parents and the need that, would you understand him not having as close a relationship with his father, please?
No, not really. Not really.
Relationship with his father. I'm okay with no's. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about telling me no, Jen.
He would have had an okay relationship with his father. Yeah. Towards the end. Okay. Yeah.
Because I just have this feeling of him wanting more attention from him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, I had this feeling because he showed me the gentleman in the black suit, whether he wears a black suit or not. For some reason, that made me feel like father. But he tells me about the elder gentleman. So he was more close with a grandfather, please, or an elderly gentleman in the family, or a friend.
Uncle.
Your uncle, perfect.
Yeah,
okay.
And I'm only thinking that's probably him. He's not very tall, but he's really skinny, and he would have kind of reddish hair, and he spent a lot of time with his uncle. So, yeah, that's probably who he's talking about.
Perfect. He just shows me the energy of being with this person, having a very good connection, I want to say. So whether it was a lot of time or not, he liked the connection with this gentleman. that he showed me, the older gentleman that wasn't dad, but was like a dad. You know, that's why
It
sometimes
was like his dad. Yes.
perfect. Perfect. He's also showing me what looked to me like a cupcake, okay? But I don't feel that it was a cupcake. It makes me feel like it's a pastry that I may not understand. Would you have made him or something chocolate or had chocolate in it, like a small pastry?
That was his favorite. Yeah, chocolate cake. That was his favorite. That's what we get every year for his birthday. Yeah, chocolate.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. But was it actually a cake or a cupcake, or is it a pastry?
No, it would have been a big cake.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
That's okay. He just showed me the chocolate in a cupcake, so he's getting me to try to say chocolate cake. You know, they show me signs and symbols to get me to say something you're going to understand and recognize. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So yeah, he can have all the chocolate cake he wants, Mom, now.
Yeah, yeah. Does he mention anything about his brothers?
I'm sorry?
Does he mention, can you get a feeling from him about his brothers?
I was just going to say, is one of them play rugby or a sport that has a striped scarf in it or a striped logo?
Yeah, he was mad into Liverpool, you know, and, you know, the striped scarf, the red and white. He had everything. Him and his brother had everything belonging to Liverpool Football Club, you know.
Liverpool. Perfect. Okay. Because that's what he showed. He was bringing up the sport. And I think he was already reading your mind, Jennifer, and knew my mom wanted to hear about, you know, my brother. And yes, he watches the brother all the time. So when he's watching Liverpool play, he's right there with you guys. Okay. So I hope that this brings you some healing. They're letting me know that my time is up. I want to thank you so much and for giving me the opportunity to connect you with your beautiful boy. I wish you a wonderful week.
Brilliant. Can I ask you one more question?
But quick.
Does he come train?
You broke up, and I think I heard come, but I would just want to tell you
in my dream.
He's sending you those feathers in your dreams. Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay.
All you need to do is when you go to sleep tonight, just keep saying, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, Ken. I want you to come to me in my dream. Set that intention. He will come and visit. All right.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8 888-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. I am so glad to be here. I got to tell you, it has been a week, and a week in, I call it like the eclipse hangover, because that's what it feels like. An eclipse hangover, because we got lots to talk about up there in them stars. But first of all, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com, and all my social media is there. My podcasts are there. I have about 30 some odd episodes. You can hear my full previous readings. You certainly get a taste of them. Very small, I call them Reader's Digest versions of readings here live, which I really appreciate. Ask One and A1R Radio for this opportunity. And so here we are. Now, we're going to start at the top because I'm going to bring our attention now to the next set of eclipses, or the next eclipse axis. We just finished one with Libra and Aries. We're going to go to October 28th. Now, October 28th to November 13th. Let's talk about some of this astrology because it's big and it's transformative in very sort of deep peace, war, revolution, transformations. There's big stuff here. And so if we go to October 28th, we've got this partial lunar eclipse. It's the final one in Taurus and Scorpio lunar axis. Now, this is an important one because joining with this eclipse energy, we also have the planet Uranus and we have the planet Jupiter. Now, thank goodness the retrograde, because amped up, yikes, I tease a little bit, but not really. And so we have those joining there, and then opposing that, we have the sun, we got Mars, we'll have Mercury, all in Scorpio. So communications, aggressions, assertions, beating our chests, yelling at people. Just kidding, a little bit. But lashing out a little bit, right? So we've got this dynamic energy, and then we got Tauruses, and this element of surprise. Like the one thing that Taurus is always known to be stubborn, and I disagree. I disagree with stubborn. I actually think that they come resolute. Like they're pretty resolute about things, and once they've made up their mind, that's it. Except for they can surprise us once in a while, and so that planet Uranus planned for a surprise, and Jupiter is going to kind of amp up that energy because Jupiter's little brother Juno, which is an asteroid, which is around commitments and betrayals. It really has a long story. And I would Google Juno asteroid astrology and go down some rabbit holes. But Juno joins Venus. Now, Venus is the opposite of this polarity, right? So we've got Mars in Scorpio. We've got Pluto that just went direct. So both of those ruling planets, transformation, rebirth. With death is birth, with ends are beginnings. So this moon is going to show us what's been hidden in this last 18 months to 20 months around that lunar axis and coming to true motivations. So what's your true motivation? Because even if you're like, I got no true motivations, what's that crazy bee talking about? Well, it's things that you may even like secretly was like, I really hope or not hope or yada, yada. Coming out, having light shone on them, whether that's a personal sign, epiphany, a conversation, a conflict, an interaction. Now, Scorpio can be kind of extreme revolution. So when the universe needs to tap you on the shoulder and you don't listen, they kind of kick you off the ledge, saying, fly, birdie, fly. And hopefully you can fly or you hit the ground running, right? One of the two. So this next 4 weeks, be nice to each other. It's going to be my first P. Patient. Recognize people are going through deep transformation you know nothing about. And in that, just be patient with people with some of this, because even in yourself, you're going to have this deep transformation. Now, when Venus and Mars gets involved, relationships and money, And Taurus is really about our luxury economy, our economy. And Scorpio is about rebirth and all that kind of stuff going on, revolution. Pluto's backing her up by going direct at 27 degrees of Capricorn. So it's some big stuff in terms of relationships, values, money, peace, conversations, conflicts, manipulations, the truth coming out, that kind of stuff. So we might even see some forward motion on some big legal cases in terms of like all this, I don't know, technology and Bitcoin stuff. And we might see some new laws and regulation around the economy and reining the economy in type of legislation. I mean, we're certainly going to see it with unions and union negotiations. And I feel like, oh, wow, just watching power to the people kind of stuff, you know? And so we're going to see lots of that, lots of that. Now, some of the big stuff, the hot topics, I'm not going to press those buttons, but I am going to say this. There's going to be unusual negotiators in the peacemaking. And so there might be some countries stepping up pretty soon to do negotiations and peacemaking and trying to bring parties to the table. And I'm going to send lots of God energy there and goddess energy, God energy there to send that loving light for peace, because we have that sort of that rebirth going on right now. So what's being deconstructed, what's being sort of ground down now, Israel and Palestine run along that lunar axis of Scorpio and Taurus. If you look at the many birth dates of each of those countries, you'll see that they run along that lunar axis. And so I would almost imagine that we're going to see the depths of things when we hit that October 28th and November 13th. And then, so this depths of things, that's that transformation needed through Scorpio. And then going into that Taurus energy, Uranus elements of surprise. So it might hit rock bottom a little bit before it gets anywhere, but once it does, it's going to get somewhere quickly. And that there'll be, where there's quick conflict, I actually think that there's going to be attempts for peace negotiations also quickly. And so it'll be interesting to see that. Now, the next piece that I just wanted to bring us to real quick was once we have all that Venus energy, it's in Virgo, which is in service to people, and Juno, commitments. And so if we looked at commitments and where it's gathering is, when I looked up some of the Sabian symbols and I looked up some of the mythology around that, a woman scorned kind of came up repeatedly. And so we're going to see some news on the Me Too front and women's movement, women's ideas, women pushing back, women empowerment, women, and also with the hostage situations that we're seeing in the Middle East there as well. We're going to see some movement with that in the next 10 days, very much so under that. And the value of economy, there might be some good news spots around small things around values, changing of values in the economy, where that's really what we're doing, is changing our values around the economy. And so this is a pretty big piece around this transition, as I call into this new era of Aquarian energy. And it's going to be some big stuff. Relationship boundaries, safety and security are the two sort of accesses over the next 4 weeks. Remember that. You want to always create safe, secure spaces for people around you, for yourself and those around you. And also relationship boundaries create those. And so there's going to be lots of tensions of that Venus-Mars polarity, but things are being deconstructed in order for its reconstruction. And what's put in place is there for many years to come. And so this is a massive transformation for everybody on sort of deep levels and big levels, so above, so below, so, so within, so without, so the universe, so the soul. So it's all sort of big and small energy. And so I'll talk more about that as weeks come up, and I'm interested to see all the news highlights between those 2 weeks, that 28th and November 13th, lunar axes, switching karma and destiny, switching directions, and I'm going to will for peace. And so let's get to the good part of this, all this stuff, and the good part of all this energy. I've got Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta. And so, hello, Cheryl.
Hi.
Now, let's get into it. So I have a few minutes with you, so I like to cover as much as possible. We can start with just say the day and month of your birthday. Would you like to start with a particular area you'd like me to focus on?
I was wondering if you could connect with my mom.
And you lost your mom?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me
yeah.
just, hold on. Don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. Let's focus on your mama bear, okay?
Okay.
And so I will say, sorry?
No, that's fine.
Okay, we'll focus on your mama bear, and I just gonna bring her to mind like she's walking up to you, and that she's sitting down and saying, "Hey, let's let's have some tea." So this is what I feel like I'm gonna say. With your mom, are two men. There's a younger man who passed away. It's funny because I keep figuring like, even in the last, since 2018 was really important, but there's a younger man who died, younger guy who shows up with her. He may have been there first, but he seems to show up with her. There's also news of or worries about the health, what would appear to be like a brother or brother-in-law around you. That there's something important about July, the month of July, 14th, 16th, around that time. My attention keeps being brought to. There's a couple of strong E names, J names. I know you're Cheryl C, but I'm going to go CC. There's like CC. There's like almost another C kind of name that shows up as well. There's something important about maybe even around October 23rd, so coming up soon. So in the next 2 weeks, I feel like there's a couple of things. There's some good news coming in terms of someone's work or opportunity of work coming out of the blue, Cheryl. And I feel like I know I'm jumping around a bit, but I only have about 5 minutes. So there's something important about work coming around, going back to work, new job, new opportunity for someone right in your household, right around you. There's something important about you traveling. Sorry?
I said, hopefully it's for me.
If you're looking, there's good news. I just want to message everything because when your mom shows up in my mind, when you think about her, and all I see are a bunch of flashes of information, and I want to just blurt it all out. I want to scream it on the wind, And so okay. And so there's something important about you having this new work, new opportunity. It's coming right around your household. It's going to come out of the blue. I feel like within 4 weeks, 4 months, it's like right there. And that it feels like good news. July, she keeps bringing me to, is important. I don't want to miss out on that for some reason, those dates. There's also about this young man that passed already that's with her. He's been gone for at least 7 years. There's a man who died a while ago. There's some decisions. I'm like, just hang on to your mom. You don't need to put your mom nowhere. Keep her in your house or something. You don't hang on to her,
Yeah.
And I feel like she says 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I don't know what she meant by that, but someone's not talking to someone. That's what I gathered when I said it.
Yeah.
And someone's like, I'm not talking to someone. And she's like, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. And just like, let it be. Oh, funny. She showed it to me in handwriting. Let it be. And like the song. And then there's something really important about the decisions that you made. You and another lady. There's like you girls. You're like the girls, the galleys, the girls. And there's some decisions that you had to make, and I feel like it felt like, although I don't know why it felt on the fly, because it wasn't, but it all had to be dealt with at once, I feel like. And so I feel like good decisions. Hang on to your moss. You don't need to go nowhere. There's I feel like fill your house with gladiolas. I don't know why, like those flowers, you know what those are, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, nice big bouquet. She's just showing me that. And now, she's very, very, so there's also a D name like David, but she's, and a Matt. That's all. I just blurted them out, but she's very concerned right now about a man's health tests, hospital health. She's very concerned about that. And she also brings up someone's vision, losing their eyesight or having problems with their eyesight. I almost feel like that could be with a lady, maybe you or a lady around you. And then there's a man that she's kind of concerned about. And I almost feel like I'm calling him your brother-in-law. So I was gonna name it. That shows up with you. There's something important about fire department. Does someone work there or trying to work there?
No.
Okay.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So there is someone's looking at going into service, fire, paramedic, policing, emergency. No one's in trouble, but someone's looking at going into that, a young person as well. I feel like that's going to show up. You'll even know within 9 months to a year about this news. But she shows up with that. But good decisions. And I just feel like I'm going to sound cliche, but I hope she leaves dimes everywhere just to say hello. Okay.
Oh.
And you are loved. And thank you. And thank you for sharing your mama bear with us today.
Yeah.
And thank
you.
So, we'll chat again one day, Cheryl. Okay, we had somebody in Florida, I think. We have Chris in Florida. Chris.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I love your energy. Wow, it's just like you blasted at me. And excellent. I'm great. So Chris, I have a few minutes, and I can cover a lot in a few minutes. And so we can focus somewhere if you wish. You can say roll the dice, be and my birthday. I'm an astrologer. I work with people's birthdays a lot. So where do you want to begin?
I'm at a kind of a crossroads. I need to kind of make sure I'm making the right decisions in my life. And I'm happy, but I want to make sure that as I continue to move forward, that I don't make any missteps. So that's where I'm at. I need guidance, and I call upon my family and everyone and the world beyond and ask for help, and they do. But I really just need a little more direction.
Oh, I love that they show up for you. Just call for it. And sometimes when we're scared to make steps forward is because we can't envision ourselves there. And so the first and obvious step I'm going to say is just envision yourself actually where you are, like where you think success is. Because when you say, I want to make sure I'm on the right path, the truth is that because you're God energy, you are always. It's always I am. You are, and you're not ahead or behind anything. And because you're intentional in what you're doing, I want you just to envision yourself where you're actually going. But let's talk about that a little bit, because I want to just get to some specifics. So I do think that there's changes on every aspect. And if you didn't recently move, there's going to be a move of your home, a move of where you live. And now there's also, I'm going to just message a bunch of stuff because there's like, I'm getting flooded. So in my mind, you're going to different coastlines as well. So I know you're in the Florida area, but there's other coastlines that are coming up for you in terms of very soon and travel there. And that I even think within 5 months, you'll know what I'm talking about with that. You've got new beginnings in terms of your, I actually think you're going to quit one thing, like you'll quit, you'll stop, and you'll redirect yourself into a new direction. If you didn't start that since last October, like 1 year ago right now, you'll be in it.
Right.
Okay. And can I, well, I'll just make, I even relationship and everything is like a renewal or a new beginning, even relationship. Okay. And that there's, and especially if the two of you can work together on something in terms of your business work, like direction, you would be very strong. I feel like when you say you're at a crossroads, I actually think things have been at cross purposes. Like, and whatever, once you make a decision, it falls into place and you'll decide, and literally, and because you're not ahead or behind anything. I don't want to sound esoteric with this because I feel like the decision you're making is already a yes, and it's been since June, and it's already a yes. And you seem to be, you're about to step forward or move ahead. And I'm like, don't be shy, step forward, move ahead. That where there were, this is like picking up a new life, even, you know, and it's going to be marked when you said, oh, I asked all my dead people to come forward and blah, 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 which I thought was awesome. I just love it. I feel like there's going to be the birth of a baby boy, and I feel like it'll have the dad's name or your dad's name. And that's a mark of it's a new beginning. You see what I'm saying? Like it's right there. Within 19 months, you'll know what I'm talking about because it feels to be right there. And that I feel like, because I keep thinking you're in this or have been in the process already, this difficult transformation towards your freedom. And I'm like, woo, woo. Yes, heading in that direction. Now, if I go back for a little minute, for half a minute, when I said 2 coastlines, I realize Florida has 2 coastlines, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like, you'll get to go to the Pacific coast. Okay. Like the West Coast, whether that's Hawaii, California, I don't know, Puerto Vallarta, something like that coming up. So I recognize that, you know, you're surrounded literally by coastlines, but I feel like I'm actually talking about a different coastline there. More towards the west seems to show up. Did you move in the last year?
No.
Okay. Well, unless you have more than one property and your foot's between the two of them, there's this move that seems to really pop up for you. And the conversations in 2024 between May of 24 and May of 25, like with when you talk about your crossroads and your new directions. Now, I don't know. I actually feel like you're the key to all this is simplifying it all and not taking on more. Now, there's a couple of other things. If I think of other things that come up for me around you, are nurses, nurses, healthcare, dealing with hospitals, nurses, and healthcare. And I don't know, it's not about you being sick.
No.
That you'd be dealing with them. planning on behalf of someone or looking at that. So it feels like that's an important piece, even in the next, right in front of you, like November, December, like it's like right in front of you. Now, if I can go back, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm like, there's really something about simplifying, getting, there's two men I keep seeing, and one is, I feel like there's a battle with him a bit, or some conflict with him, and in this you're simplifying things, like, and you'll be really firm in it, you won't back down, and it's not about, you're out there just picking fights with people, but I do think that there's some conflict with this man, and almost like you'd have to negotiate something or go, it's a process, it's not just a one of. He seems challenging. And then in terms of your love life, I don't know that that's the person I'm talking about. I feel like there's someone else that you're supposed to be traveling with, or two, that feels good, and I actually think that that's part of this, like I said, there you go, it's right there, you're kind of in the hot seat. So let me say this, I'll say by May of 25, you've moved, this has all happened, this change really starts now into May. Okay. And thank you.
So
thank you.
Sorry,
go ahead.
When you say traveling with someone else, do you not mean my current partner? You're meaning someone else?
Yeah, you could be traveling with him, but you've got some conflict with another man. Could be a brother figure, could be a man that worked. Something about this, and I just feel like that we'll have a process of maybe lots of writing back and forth, and I'm trying to resolve something, but you have some enjoyable travel with a partner. Okay? It's enjoyable. Okay. All right. Good. You can find, thank you so much, and thank you from Florida. And you can find me at BerniceBisonPsychic.com. I'm at Bernice Bison Psychic on Facebook only. I'm not on any other social medias, and I'll never reach out to you there. So, but you can reach out to me. I do share some great paranormal stuff, and we'll see you next week. Thank you for tuning in.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. So I'm your host for the next 15 minutes, Lady D. I'm just actually live from the MBS, which is Sydney, which is the Mind, Body, Spirit Festival in Darling Harbour in Sydney. So I'm near the stage, so I'm sorry about that, but I'm just very loud at the moment. But yeah, I'm here live from that. So if you're in Sydney and you've got something to do on the weekend, come down to the ICC in Darling Harbour and check it out. Okay, this week we have the big eclipse that is happening, a solar eclipse. So that's happening on the 14th, so tomorrow. It's happening at 9:56 a.m. That's for me in Sydney. So with this eclipse, it's actually close to Mercury. It's going to be in Libra. So with that, it might be like thinking about things, and usually like with just how it's placed, I would say it's pretty good. But there are some oppositions coming up with this eclipse. It's like the eclipses bring things to a head. It can also activate things in your chart, depending which area of the chart that it is in. So we also have it is going to be creating like a square angle with Pluto. So with this, it could be creating some sort of like ending or big transformation for you. When we're dealing with Pluto, we are dealing, obviously called Pluto like the Phoenix. So it's a big transformation that's coming up where it can usually involve some sort of like ending that takes place with Pluto, because it's about an ending but then a rebirth. So that's why I say it's like the Phoenix. And there's also going to be opposing the node as well as Chiron. So with that, also bringing up things to do with your life lesson or life purpose, or like where your destiny, where you're heading. Also with Chiron here, you're looking at um, with some emotional pain or wounds that you're still dealing with here can come up as well to the surface. So I feel like with this eclipse, it's going to be about changing up the energy. Could be some aggression that's coming up too, needing to be right, because we have some planets in Aries with opposition. We've got here being there's a time to strategize or have some sort of strategies in place. I feel like it's like strategize like a chessboard. There could be an aspect of saying like word vomit, like it's not saying what you mean, or saying out, blurting out things that you don't mean to say. Just be careful of that too. There could be a thing that's coming up of being like instead of being diplomatic, being sort of like non-diplomatic as well. That might be coming up, and it's going to ruffle a few feathers. So I feel like people who know their path, people who know whether it be a spiritual path or just their path in life, those who are more certain, and it's like you're more seeing that grow and move further, those people are going to do well in this eclipse. People who are uncertain, who are sort of struggles, and I guess where resilience and need to maybe more resilient, you might find the energy a bit more tense or a bit more different. It's coming up. We also have some positive aspects too, and the same with this eclipse. We've also got Venus, which is going to try Jupiter, so it's luck with money, also luck with love and relationships, which is quite good. We've got a try with Mars, and it's also with Saturn there, which is all about pushing us through any issues that's going in, and that tries are very positive aspects. So that Mars trying Saturn, it's about pushing us through any issues that are coming up with us. That's a good thing. It also is a try with Uranus and Pluto, and that's going to bring about unexpected endings, but it's a positive ending. These are things that are positive. Tries are very positive. So we do have some positive aspects that are coming up too with that. Let's go to the caller. So we do have here who's Shante, who's in
Yes.
Texas. Hi, how
Yes,
are you? How
ma'am.
can I help you today?
I'm great. I just guess I wanted a general reading over my career and love life.
Korean love life. Okay. I do have someone with me. It's passed over, but their mouth is dry because they keep on saying a dry mouth, and my mouth feels dry as well. I do feel like this person's a male, and it's a slim build. Um, uh, I do feel like it's like a father figure that's there for your dad or grandfather, but it's like a father figure that I do feel like is coming through. I do feel like his hair was short as well. Do you have anyone that's passed over? So kind of like that description?
My grandpa.
Grandpa, okay, okay. And he always liked to stay on the straight and narrow. This man, he's saying like stay on the straight and narrow as well.
You said what happened?
Yeah. And it's this man is like he believes you have to work hard for your money, like hard for things. It's like nothing that comes easy to you. You have to work hard for it. Because he's telling me that you have to work hard for things. It doesn't come easy.
Right.
That. He's telling me that he wants to send his love and best wishes, and he wants you to be also to be strong as well. And because he's going to say to me, it's about working hard. Um, there is money coming to you, but I feel like you need to study. Like there's study with this as well. Um, for you to get to where you want to go. Like you want to build a career.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like the work that you're doing, it's not what you're supposed to be doing, or like there's something else that you're meant to be doing. What do you do for your work?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What do you do for your work? What do you work as?
I currently don't have a job at the moment.
I don't have a job. Okay. 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 Well, the reason when's that's not right. Look, I do feel like there's a job coming in for you that's leading into Christmas. So I do feel like coming into Christmas, New Year, you are going to find work, and it is going to be your income's going to help to stream through. But also, you're preparing something. I do feel like you need to go back and study. There needs to be some sort of study that's coming in place for you. And I feel like that you get like distracted, or there's like needs to be more of a focus. So you're getting a bit like there's a distraction there as well. I do feel like the workplace that you're going into, it is a fun workplace that's coming in. But it's like it's also like it's like a big dream here. So I don't know what you're dreaming of. What is it that you're looking at for work? Is it like more like retail? Like what are you looking for?
Well, I'm about to start tax preparation, so.
Sorry?
I'm about to start tax preparation, but as far as what I want, it would be to be an entrepreneur.
Oh, tax preparation. So you're like looking like tax department. Okay. I keep on seeing a book, and to me that is study. Like there's more study, but I feel like there's something more. There's something else that you want to do. I feel like there's something other career, but I do see like Christmas time. There's more of a streamline of money that's coming into you, coming in. But the workplace that I have here, there is a fund that's coming in. There is this card. I did pull out the card as this card too, is to do with the endings. Sort of like the ending of you, meaning not having a job anymore, meaning you are going to be employed, or could be walking away from something as well. I do feel like there's a two with this job, so it's like 2 months or 2 years, something about a two. But I just feel like for you to go further where you want to go, it's study, or maybe the job that you're going into, you having to like look at and do a lot of research, and it's coming in. But I also feel like you're dreaming of something. There's an aspect here of dreaming of something bigger and something better, like nurturing. And it could be even an old idea or an old thing that you wanted to be, like perhaps years ago, something that you wanted to be. You're looking back at that to see whether or not, because I do feel like there is an easier path for you to take. I do feel like next year you are looking at reevaluating things and reevaluating your career and where you want to go to come in. Some cards for your love life as well, too. So
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, let's have a look here for your relationship. Okay. So I'm feeling like there's someone around you at the moment, like there's someone that you like, that you want someone at the moment. Because I can see you pointing to someone saying you want that one. So I feel like that there's someone that you're interested in at the moment.
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm hearing he's the one, but I'm also hearing the fact that I'm not sure. I feel like this person. I feel like it's a lot of like it's dates. You're dating, you're like your boyfriend being like all the dating at the moment, like it's dating.
You said, "Are we date?" You said what?
Yeah. Yes. So you're dating, like your boyfriend. You're I'm hearing that you're like doing a lot of dating. So you're going on dates a lot with this
Yes.
person. You're seeing him a lot. Okay. I feel like next February you're going to the next phase of the relationship. Like the relationship's sort of stepping up a notch. It's like it's going to be real. It could even be like more intense, but I feel like it's going to be real. But it's about February, but stepping up the relationship. I feel like you're ready to go and you're ready to like move forward. But I feel like they are also wanting to have a lot of fun as well. And it's like, don't be too serious. But I feel like it's also money. So I don't know if they got a lot of money or something about money too. But I just feel like February is when you're taking that next step in this in this relationship. I feel like it's quite a positive. I'm not getting any negative cards. I do get it's going to be quite positive. I keep on hearing February for you. It's when it's going to go up notch.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you
Okay,
so
guys.
much.
So that's okay. So yeah, so this week we got this big eclipse that's happening tomorrow. So if you can see it, try to go out. I always like going out and see the eclipses. It's always fun, and I find it's very interesting to go and see and watch if you can. If you are in Sydney, come down to the ICC at Darling Harbour and come and grab a reading. There's plenty of stalls and plenty of things to do. It's quite a really big 4-day event here, so it started yesterday. If you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties, as well as my Facebook page, just above my head here. My YouTube is Danielle Psychic or Lady D, as well as my TikTok and Instagram is Lady DS Psychic. So thank you for tuning in. I'll see you same time back at my usual place next week. So bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Andrea Bacon, and I hope you all had a really good week. And how did you fare this week with this energy that we are experiencing? So remember that we just had a new moon eclipse, a new moon in Libra solar eclipse. And eclipse energy brings about change. So when things are in need of an upgrade, you'll find that the eclipses can create a lot of movement in our lives that lead to bigger life changes. So Libra has a lot to do with relationships, and new moons are about creating new things in our lives. Well, we tend to get stuck in the same patterns day to day, and the universe is here to remind us that we have alternative options. So you do not have to keep repeating the same situation if it doesn't make you happy and if it doesn't speak to your soul. We're always supported in living our life purpose and our soul contracts that we make before we incarnate. So usually, in order for that to happen, there are steps that we need to take first, things that need to be completed, let go of in order to be open to receive. And in these transformational times that we are in, some people are meeting new members of their soul family. They're coming together to help during these shifts that are taking place. You know, some of you might be finding new love, and that can come in many forms. I'm picking up on a new pet for some of you, which this pet feels like they are have been with you before and are part of your animal soul family. And so just be open to receive and know that things, you know, we might need to change our perceptions and things might not look exactly how we expected, but to be open to that. Because if we're closed, then it's harder to allow things in. And now we are going to go ahead and take a caller. Stephanie, how are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm doing good.
Great. What would you like to talk about today?
Like any successes that I have, job, anything in the futuristic, like as far as business-wise and things of that nature. My home, worried about my home.
Okay. Let me see what I pick up for you.
And if you feel anything or anybody coming through.
Okay. There are some things that are ending and changing for you. Okay, there is a cycle here that's ending. I'm picking up a definite energy of more stable finances for you. Okay. I actually have, you know, a lot of good messages coming in, good cards on the board for you as far as stability, happiness, and finances that are coming in. So let's see. Yeah, I feel like you definitely have been, well, you know, kind of like in a stranglehold, like hermiting in a way. It's kind of what I'm picking up. But I'm seeing connections for you. I'm seeing new beginnings. something with creativity, and you're not seeing it right now, okay? But I am seeing that it is that it is going to be coming for you with these new changes and these new cycles that are coming in. Let me see what else I can get. So I'm seeing a house with a small yard. They're showing me.
Mm.
And I do feel like a grandmotherly energy around you. She has, I don't know, her eyes have so much light coming in her eyes right now. And she's around you a lot. She's showing me her hand and a ring. But I feel like she's almost like her energy is almost like healing. Like you could have held her hand and you would have felt this nurturing, loving, healing energy. And she's around you now with this energy. Let me see what else though, as far as, okay, we have more stability coming out in the cards, financial.
Okay.
There's talking about walking away from something. Okay. I'm also, I don't know if you're going through a Saturn return, but
Am I
there's
going through what? I'm sorry.
Well, it's called a Saturn return in astrology, and you might not even know. That would be around, that happens usually around in your late 20s or your late 50s. But that's like energy that's coming through. Like there's something in your chart, like astrologically, that is bringing about a lot of change, because you even have the Wheel of Fortune as well, as far as the cards go. And they were giving me that message about change for you. And the cards are reflecting it. And some obstacles that are going to be moving, and things are going to be moving in your favor. There might be something that, I don't know if you've already walked away from something, or there might be something that you need to walk away from. Okay, it might be past energy. I have something about the past and I have walking away. Would that make sense to you?
A past job. I had a very good job, and I basically, in a sense.
And I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to find out what direction. I have issues with going on with my home, as foreclosure, things like that. So I'm just trying to see. I just don't know what direction to go in at this time, or would it be the best,
Yeah.
Need some guidance.
What is it that you're not sure of if you should do? Like
the direction that I need to be going. Am I on the right path? I'm just in all aspects. I'm like, as far as any opportunities coming up, like successful, being an entrepreneur, owning my own business. I don't know what path to.
Are you interested in owning your own business then?
Well, I do, but it's like seems like it's so hard to get through, because it's construction, and it's like, it's tough. It's something that I have not ventured, but I do own it, and it's like, where am I going with it? I'm a realtor. It's like, where am I going with it? Like, is it going to be successful? Should I just try to stay on that path? I'm just unsure.
Yes, I am getting, that's a really good path for you. And to persevere. There's some type of let go of some type of burden that is either, if you have not done so, that is coming through, that will help you.
Okay.
And this is bringing all the things that I'm picking up are of success, stability, financial, stability, financial abundance, something creative. Like, I don't know if you've had a new idea recently about something in business.
All the time. Yeah.
About something. And then, yeah, like it's coming through that you have had conflict and that you have had anxiety about this and feeling in lack. But I don't know, there's this energy of feeling that you need to open up so that you are not focusing only on the lack part of what you're going through, because I still feel like there's something that you need to release, something you need to walk away from that's not serving you.
Okay.
Does that make sense for
And
you?
you don't have, because there's so many things I just need to walk away from. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, like I get something that it's toxic, and I don't know if there's more than one thing, like taking out the things that aren't serving you. But you have so much success and financial stability that I am getting for you. But there's just something that is toxic. And I don't know if it's a relationship or could be a mindset. But that's something that needs to be released.
Okay. All right. I'm going through a tough obstacle with my home. Can you see me retaining my home, or what subject will end, how that will go for me?
Yeah, I feel like
small
that
yard,
will...
you're accurate. You was accurate with the small yard and the small home.
Uh-huh. Yes, there's some type of decision that needs to be made, and things might change with your home. Okay, but there's movement that is coming in with these new cycles for you. So I do think that I'm getting that it is going to be okay, and that that it will be okay with your home situation.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And that is going to do it for me today. If you would like to contact me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. If you have any questions, or stan.store/mediumandrea. If you want to look at my services, book a reading, or anything like that. But I hope you have an amazing week ahead, and have a great day. And yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here, and have a beautiful rest of your day.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right, happy Wednesday, friends, and happy Hump Day. And I hope you all are having an amazing Wednesday. I feel like that I have had quite the crazy week, and I'll tell you, coming and doing my weekly shows is kind of the light of my week. I love it. I get excited. I look forward to connecting with, all of you beautiful souls, and really just working with such a great team with A1R and with Moonstruck TV. So it's definitely not a job, I'll tell you that. And they say if you love what you do, then it's never work. And that's how I feel. So I am looking forward to who we're going to connect with today. I feel like our energy is just been unbelievable today. Our last couple of days, I don't know how some of you felt, but I feel right after we had the blood moon, for me anyways, the energy went kind of wonky. I feel like my energy was a bit drained, and I felt very disconnected. Felt like I needed to do some grounding, and I ended up going, I think the last time that I was on last Wednesday, we had just done an investigation with my paranormal team here in Utah called WASP, and we will actually be featured on Halloween on Channel 5 KSL here in Utah. So if you're listening from Utah, or if you want to hop on to the KSL Channel 5 in Utah, pretty sure that they stream it, but very interesting location that we investigated, and the energy was really interesting. It was actually a building owned by the Greek mafia, I think is what it was. So it was interesting to feel that energy. But I am good. Things are good. My energy's good. We're back and connected and ready to do some amazing readings tonight. So I am sitting here, and as I was thinking about what card I wanted to pull, I looked at the time, and here in Utah, it was 5:55. So I'm going to pull the number 5 Oracle card, and let's see what kind of message that we get from the universe, and what our beautiful spirit guides are telling us, and kind of what maybe hopefully resonates with you all. So number 5, counting out 5 cards, the Oracle card today. This is so interesting. This has been a challenge for me quite a bit the last few days, but it says that you all, if this resonates, and myself, says to step out of your comfort zone. And let me see if I can show that card here. These cards are beautiful, but it's actually the North Node. So isn't that what we're supposed to do, is when we need to find direction, right? We look for that North Star. So it's telling us to step out of that comfort zone, that mindset, and start to really kind of focus on those things that, maybe wouldn't normally do, because it makes us a little uncomfortable. And I'll tell you what, coming out about my gifts to many about 2.5 years ago definitely stepped me out of my comfort zone. It was not easy, and I have never looked back, and very pleased, no regrets. So had I not stepped out of my comfort zone, I would not be here today and sharing my beautiful gift with you all, and meeting so many beautiful people, such as Rose from North Carolina, I believe. Rose, are you on with me? This is Stephanie.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Stephanie.
How are you?
Did you say I was out of my comfort zone?
I was saying that a lot of people need to step out of their comfort zone. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I have.
Good. I love it. I feel, even as I hear your voice and picking up on some of your energy, calling in and wanting a reading done, or just kind of seeing what this is about. Did this step you out of your comfort zone a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I always say it's good to do something every day that scares you just a little bit. Nothing that causes anxiety, right? just a tiny bit.
Right.
So, but every Wednesday, right before I start to connect with a caller, reading just a beautiful oracle message, and that was the message today, was to step out of your comfort zone. So I thought it was very fitting for myself anyways. Beautiful message. But I am excited to meet you. How can I help you today?
My husband had dementia for about 18 years, and the last year was the worst part. And he spent a lot of his time in institutions, and then with COVID, I feel so much guilt that I think that he thought I deserted him, and but it was just the rules of the different institutions that I couldn't go to see him. So I didn't see him at the first for 3 months, which was hard for me. I can't imagine what it was like for him if he thought, and he knew me. Like he knew me at the end even.
Yeah.
And I just don't know how to get rid of my guilt. I cry easy.
Sure.
He's been gone for 1.5 years.
Okay. Okay. I can say that, boy, the pandemic sure challenged a lot of us, if not all of us, in some way, shape, or form. And, during COVID, I've done so many readings here in my studio in Utah, and have met so many beautiful people that lost, loved ones during, COVID. Many of them didn't get the chance to be with them when they passed because of COVID, and, one thing that I feel, and this really does, I have a reason for telling you this, because I'm picking up on some things connected to this, but is, I feel that, when our loved ones, whether they be a significant other, mom, dad, siblings, or whoever really that we're really connected with in that very strong spiritual sense, that when they're in that state of helplessness, such as what your husband was in a sense, we carry so much responsibility, right? We feel that they rely on us. And then when we're not able to help them and then they pass, we didn't get that opportunity to really kind of make up for that time, that we were feeling like our hands were tied. And, and I'll tell you, I've been through it in a way myself, not through the pandemic, but another situation. So I understand in a way. And the one thing I was picking up on as we were talking, when you were speaking there, I will get numbers a lot, and I explain this to my callers that I'm very much drawn to numerology, and our loved ones on the other side will give me numbers because they leave a very strong validation of who they are. And your husband, and as I was kind of pulling a few of my cards out, I use my tarot just as kind of a guide or a tool, but I kept seeing the number 7. So 7 is like the month of July, the 7th of the month, 7 years. Do you resonate or do you connect with that with your husband or with you?
In the July?
Yeah, or the
number
7th of the month. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. Our birthdays, anniversary, nothing coincides with that.
Okay. That's
Children
okay.
being born.
Okay. How long ago, may I ask, did he pass? You said 1.5 years, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And what month was that?
April.
Passed on
April 30th.
Okay. 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 Think about, as we hop off the call and you're going about your evening. I've done this for a very long time. Every time I say this, I feel like I age myself, but 26 years. And I never, ever doubt the messages I get. And so many times the validation comes through. So just think about, 7 years together, 7 years ago, which would have been 2015. But there's some reason that he's very much connected to that, and that being a very strong number. But the other thing I was picking up on, oh, hang on, I'm getting more stuff from him. He passed in April, so he's taking me. He's taking me back. So this would be September. Let's see, October, September. Yeah. So the September before he passed. I know sometimes it's hard to go back and think. And then he's shown me the number 19. So if I take you back to September before he passed, would that have been the year 2019?
He passed in 21. So yes, it would.
Perfect. Okay. So,
he was in the hospital then.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. And then he's bringing me to the September month. And there is a very strong, it's almost like he's saying, tell her, I heard her, I felt her. There was a moment of where he was either able to communicate with you, or he was, because he just shows me a bright light. And that's always my sign of something very beautiful connecting either with the other side or that aha moment, if you will. But right about that September month before he passed, he's shown me there was a very beautiful connection between the two of you. You know why? Sometimes I'll get the strangest things. They'll show me the weirdest things. He's showing me like an old CB. You know, the CBs where the truckers would talk on the CBs? Do you know why he would be, why is he showing me that?
He's showing me that.
Do you know why he would be showing me that as being something connected to him? Like the CB radios?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. How do
like I know of them, we've never used one.
Okay. Did he ever? Or how it would connect with him? It's almost like there's some connection with the CB radios, with the truck drivers, with something of that sort.
My next door neighbor is a truck driver.
Were they friends?
Yes. They were friends in the way that they were good neighbors, and they loved him and tried to help him all the time, too.
Okay. If I say a two-syllable R name like Roger, Robert, or even like Richard, two-syllable R name, do you connect with that with anyone that you know?
Well, Robert, I have a brother, Robert, but he passed away 20 years ago at 42.
Okay. Okay.
And Richard was, he kept calling for my brother Richard, but his wife wouldn't let him come to the hospital because of COVID.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Rick was the one that George was like a father to. My husband's name is George.
George. Okay. Perfect. This is just the beautiful validations that your husband, that George is bringing up people that he sees in his life that he was connected to. And whether we, question, did you know they were trying to get to you? Or did you know that they, were there for you? He's bringing up these very specific names. And anytime I get names exactly, it's because their spirit, their energy is so strong here with me. And I do feel that even your brother, even, George making me feel that he's coming through with another male, and that would be his validation of this being your brother. Even if they didn't know each other, didn't have a relationship, I feel that George is really adamant that your brother is okay. He is at peace. And I'll tell you, I just heard whether this is, I really feel like this may be from your brother. I heard, tell her that I felt no pain. I hear no pain. I had no pain. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I'll tell you that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that he knew what was happening to him. And around September 22nd, he totally lost his speech. And he's going, it's all gone, it's all gone.
Okay.
And he couldn't talk anymore. He could only say words, but the last day before he died. Pardon?
This was George?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I'm not supposed to put you on speaker, but I'm outside by myself, and I can't hear very well. Could I turn the speaker on with you or not?
Oh, no, I guess no, they don't allow that. Do you need me to be louder? I can be louder. I can talk louder.
Okay.
Let me see if I can turn on my microphone too. So, no, I can be as loud as you need me to. I was a cheerleader. I can yell if I need to.
Good.
Yeah, but no, I really, what I wanted to say was that when you were talking about September 22nd, remember when I said earlier, September, he kept showing me September as being a very heavy month. Something very significant happened at that time. You just validated of what had happened in September that he was showing me. And that being.
And our anniversary. Our anniversary is the 23rd.
Perfect. So beautiful. I know that I've got my next caller coming on here, and I need to hop to them. But I want to tell you a couple things really quickly. Is I know you said that you're struggling with the guilt, but I'm telling you, and I do not sugarcoat things. I tell you 100% good, bad, and different. Your husband, George, finds no reason for you to feel guilty at all. He says that he knew that you were there, whether you were not there in physical form. He knew and he felt, because the two of you had such a good bond and a strong soulful connection. So I want you to take that with you. The other thing really quick too, you are more than welcome if you'd like. You can email me. I'm happy to, for free, send you more of what I'm picking up from him. You can email me. It's Tarot with Steph. It's STEFF, and it's at gmail.com. And I feel like maybe there's some more stuff that I can share with you. So just send me that email and we can get connected afterwards if that works for you.
Your name is Celeste?
I'm sorry?
Is your name Celeste?
Stephanie. It's Stephanie.
Stephanie. Okay.
Stephanie. Yes. Yep. And it's Tarot with Steph with 2 F's. STEFF.
Right. And could I just ask you one thing? I know you're in a hurry. My husband came to me in person. Is that possible?
After his passing, absolutely. 100%. Absolutely.
Yeah, it wasn't. He was laying beside me in bed, and then I was sitting up because I was going to the washroom, and then he stood up and he started blowing kisses to me.
Oh, I love that. I love that. No, that's just your special way of channeling him and connecting with him, just as if I am right now. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. You have a great night and sending you lots of love.
Okay, thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, I know we've got a few minutes left, but Carla, I believe, is it in New Orleans?
Hi.
Hi, Carla. This is Stephanie, the
Hi.
mini medium. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for calling me.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Oh, no, of course. I know we've got a little bit of a limited minute here, but how can I help you?
I was wondering if my husband, he passed about 5 months ago, if there's any connection there that you can make with him.
Did you say 5 months ago?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you say 5 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm only asking because before I got on, I do a meditation and I kept seeing the number 5 and kept feeling that was going to be a very significant number tonight. I pulled a number 5 card, and the oracle card came out to be to step out of your comfort zone. And I'm telling you, there's no coincidence why you just said 5 months. This is always our loved ones on the other side, their validation of being here, knowing that you and I are going to be connecting, giving me the number 5 as the 5-month time of when he passed. And really, I feel even this message of you stepping out of your comfort zone, and I'm getting so much already with him, is that, I mean, obviously, when we lose our loved ones, it takes time to, get up in the morning, get ready, get out of our house, which our comfort zone was our life with them, right? It's that.
Correct.
We were in, and now your husband already, before you even got on the call today, Carla, is already so strong and giving me that number 5. And you can even go back and listen as this gets posted, but the number 5 was the number I kept getting. And his message to you is really that you've got to start to find, your zing, that zing for life, getting out of the house, trying to find, love for life again. I know 5 months isn't a long time, but I feel that the strong connection I'm getting already is how important that your happiness was to him. Do you understand that?
I do. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Boy, he is an amazing energy, my friend. He
good.
He is so,
well,
and
I'm definitely got more energy than me right now, for sure.
And that's probably why he's like, sweetheart, step out of your comfort zone, get out there and live life, right? Life's too short. And
I know it is. And tell him I'm trying. I'm really looking forward at it.
And you literally just told him, because I'm telling you, this man is always with you, always by your side. I can tell, very protective of you. Now, I caught myself a second ago saying, sweetheart. Did he call you that? Because I don't normally say that. I thought that was interesting.
No, he used to call me Bae. That was his term of endearment, B-A-E, Bae.
Oh, cute. I love that. I love that. That's, I don't know why I picked up sweetheart. That was very interesting. I don't use that, but even, his term of endearment being Bae for you, I feel, could have been just his way of, using the word sweetheart, but using the word Bae in his term, I guess, if you will.
But used it before, but that wasn't our everything,
yeah.
Against each other. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful, loving, I can feel, soul that he is. Do you connect with, as I know we have just a few minutes, but he's making my chest start to hurt. it feels very heavy and tight. Did he have heart or lung problems?
He actually had cancer at the end, and I'm sure it was in the brain and it went everywhere, but I'm sure,
Okay.
I'm pretty certain it was in the lungs too. Spread it there. But that wasn't the origin. That's not where it began. But,
Right.
yeah. I mean, he did have trouble breathing at the end, so maybe, I
Sure.
don't know.
Yeah. And that could be, it could be the, if he was intubated, I'll pick up on that pain of, that or trouble with the breathing. He is showing me really quickly. How do you connect with the old cars, like the Cadillacs, the like the older cars? Do you know why I would be seeing that?
An older car? This car's
Yeah.
kind of old. It's not real old, but I'm trying to take
Okay.
care of it.
No, that's fine. I feel like maybe he's just validating you're doing a great job.
Well, I know
uh,
he doesn't want me in his other state, so I'm trying to maintain it and take care of it because I really do like the car too. So
Yeah. Well, good. Now I know that I've got about 20 seconds, but I could sit here all day with him. He's great energy, but I hope that just this little bit helped a little bit just to give you some peace, and just knowing he's been here since I started my show. You are more than welcome if you want to reach out to me. My Facebook page is Stephanie's Tarot Readings, or my email is tarotwithsteph, STEFF, @gmail.com. And then my Instagram is also tarotwithsteph. I would be happy to continue for a little bit longer and give you more messages from him if you would like. I'd be happy to do that for you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. We get a little crazy around here. You know, we're on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV, the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. And I'm your host, John Capello. I'm from the North Texas area. I'm a psychic medium, at least I call myself that. And I'm delighted to be here today. This is our 37th show. I've just been keeping track here. That's amazing. I'm just really happy to have been able to survive. So what we do here on the psychic side is, if you're just joining us, is we try to make psychic phenomena or psychic impressions a little more palatable, or or kind of dispel some of the skeptic notions that psychic ability doesn't exist, and we prove it all the time. So I'm really am happy to be here. Last week was the day after the terrible attack on Israel. And of course, we're not a political show, but we certainly want to be mindful of the tragedy in the Middle East and in Israel. And we want to get a solution some way or another. But it brings me to a little bit of a psychic lesson. Because we talk all the time about psychic impressions, and clairsentience is a psychic feeling. And so if you can indulge me for just a moment, I'm going to give you a little bit of homework and ask you to work with me a little bit about this. And I want you to kind of tap into your emotions, because if we tap into your emotions and you kind of dwell on the emotion of being angry or being or disliking someone, just dwell on what that feels like when you dislike someone, and just know that it's an uncomfortable feeling. It's just not, there's something not right about it. And then if you can kind of, if you want to dwell on that for a moment, and then you kind of up the ante a little bit and say, I not only dislike this person, I'm angry with them. I'm really angry with them. What does that feel like? What does that feel like about what anger feels like towards somebody else? And I hope you've never felt that, but it's only human nature sometimes to get angry and then be able to get over it. But if you take that emotion, then you up the anger a little bit more, and you realize that you have some prejudice. You're prejudiced. You not only dislike someone or anger at a certain group of people for whatever reason, but you find that you prejudge people just by the way that they look or the way they sound or some other notion that's around you. How does that feel? It's an energy. Prejudice is an energy. And so you kind of have to say to yourself, why do I dislike that person so much? Why am I prejudiced about that? And so you may kind of do a little self-review and say, there's no reason for me to be find that person distasteful. They never did anything to me. So you just have to kind of up the ante a little bit to prejudice. But then if you up the ante a little bit more, maybe even an octave more, maybe 2 octaves more, and get into fanaticism. Okay. A fanatic is someone that all you have to do is mention a name and they just go nuts. They're just in some ways not able to control themselves because they're fanatics. And this is what we saw and we see it with zealots who see this, or people who are super self-righteous, people that just cannot see more than one point of view, just see one thing, and they're kind of consumed with it. So, but then there's another area that I feel like you need to try to place yourself in a position of experiencing, and that is derangement. Okay, um, derangement is something that, in some ways, you don't have control over. You don't have control over that, and so when you feel other people are deranged, you can't talk to them. You can't reason with them. You can't have any kind of relationship with them because there's a mental problem there. There's something that's going wrong in the mind, and so when you feel that someone has become deranged, that's when there's got to be action taken. There's got to be something done here, and this is something that's we have to watch world events, or we watch the news, and we learn a lot of psychic lessons from the things that are around us. And derangement is something that's not rational. It's not. It is indefensible. It's something that, especially when the derangement is towards another person, group, or country, and so when someone says that they want to wipe a group of people off the face of the earth, that's not anger. That's not even prejudice. It's all the way into derangement, and that's what we're seeing in the Middle East, and we're seeing derangement um, to try to wipe off the state of Israel, and then of course we are only we're second, where the United States is second, and so when you find that if you notice someone who's deranged around you, someone you can't talk to, someone that is so intransigent that you can't reason with them at all, you either leave them alone or you make sure that they can't do anything which is going to harm you. And that's where Israel is right now. Israel is at a point where they're dealing with derangement. Of course, they've always dealt with derangement, and that's a sad thing that they have to deal with that. But we see that here in the United States with some people who are totally intransigent, that cannot see reason, that cannot look beyond their own selfishness, and these are people that we have to be careful about. So I just want you to think about that. I know this is an audience that maybe goes worldwide, and just realize that there's this makes no sense whatsoever to have this kind of attitude towards a group of people. So with that, I see that we have a caller from Santa Monica. I didn't see her name again. I need to Audrey. Okay, so Audrey, are you calling from Santa Monica?
Yes, this is Audrey.
How are you today, Audrey? You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Well, is there anything going on in a relationship for around you right now?
I'm not currently in a relationship. My partner passed away in January of this year, so
Your partner passed away?
yes,
Okay. Well, that's you miss your partner, is that right?
yes, of
So
course,
you're
yes.
very sad, because it seems you're very sad about the loss of a partner or the loss of a relationship. I mean, sometimes when we lose a relationship, it's because someone has crossed over into the spirit world. And I'm not making light of that. I'm just saying that I just feel your sadness. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Um, I'm getting, I don't know, I'm getting some I just feel like there's a woman around you. Is this your partner a woman or was this a man?
No, he was. Yeah, he was male.
Okay. Okay. The reason why I say that is because there's a woman around you as well. And so, do you have a grandmother in spirit, or do you have another a female that you were close to in spirit?
I have like a few grandmothers, but I didn't know any of them when they were living.
Okay. Okay. Well, before we bring in your partner, I want to just kind of explore that because one of these ladies, and I do believe it's a grandmother, is saying that you're a lot like her. Okay. I feel like
Hmm.
in some ways she says that you feel a little bit lost right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Okay. She says that it's been hard for you to get grounded since you've had this loss, since you lost this gentleman. And this is not your husband. This is just a partner. Is that right?
Yeah, we were engaged.
But y'all weren't married yet. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, we weren't married. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because she says now you may try to find out if one of your grandmothers lost her spouse or lost her husband, and she grieved terribly about it. So I don't know if you're still in contact a lot with your mom, but you might try to find out if her mother may have lost your grandfather, because it
Yeah,
just
yeah.
feels
My
like
my my granddad. Yeah, my granddad, which is my mom's father. Yeah, he died before my grandmother. That's on my mom's side, and then my dad's grandmother. She lost hers too, but she raised my dad. So
okay, but your mother's mother took it very hard that when she lost her husband. Is that right?
I'm not really sure. I never really discussed that with my mother.
Okay. Well, you might just ask her because she's relating to your feelings. And sometimes it's good to have a feminine spirit around you to be a support or guide for you because that's what guides do. Guides are there for support. They help us face our fears. And what she says is that you're not going to be alone. Okay. And this
Hmm.
young man that passed away, um, did he have any breathing problems?
Not really. No, his lungs were fine as far as I knew.
Because it just feels like he was gasping for air, or was there illness around him?
Yeah, I mean, his last moments, yeah, he had trouble breathing because of a heart issue, hypertension.
Okay, okay, because it just seems like his all of this was happening in his chest, and the heart and lungs are so they they're well, of course they're so close together, but it just felt like there was this gasping or this struggle that he was having right there before he passed away. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like he may have had. Did he have any multiple health issues or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I knew it, but he didn't really talk about it a lot. I mean, I got the coroner's report and all that, but it was mainly his. Well, he had some back issues too from an accident.
Okay, because it's just had multiple. I'm just seeing multiple challenges that he had, not just heart, but it just maybe he had not fully recovered from some injuries or something like that. But
Yeah.
I want you to know that he tried. He tried very hard to recover. And he just says that he was looking forward to having a life with you because I feel like he wanted children with you. Is that right?
Yeah, we were trying.
Okay. And he just says that he just his I don't know. I just feel like there was a breakdown in his body, and it wasn't just his heart. There may have been some other things that were starting to fail, maybe even his kidneys or whatever. But it just feels like he got sick, and there was just kind of a general failure there. That's what I'm picking up. But I just want you to know that, like I say, he was looking forward to a life with you and wanted to spend his a long life with you and raise children. He's even talking about maybe did y'all ever want to buy any land or anything?
Um, we hadn't really talked about that. I mean, I had talked about like buying a house eventually, but yeah.
Okay. Well, but that's just kind of what I'm hearing from him because, he had a dream. All right. This is a man who had a dream, and you were certainly a big part of that dream. And so I want you to know he's letting me know that he is okay. He senses love to you and wants you to know that he is very honored to have had you in his life. I mean, I just feel like y'all had a lot of fun together. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean we did. We enjoyed our time together.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's kind of what I'm seeing around him. Do you have another question? And before we move on?
No, that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just want you to know that he's around you and that he's looking for someone for you in the future. But I know you're not interested in that at the moment. So, but thank you very much for your call. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. So before we go to our next caller, I have a couple more things I want to say. And last week I mentioned to you a little bit about Lucifer. Okay, because we've been talking about archangels during our program, and so I don't want to go to too far off my agenda, but I do want to tell you that Lucifer. And I'm not defending Lucifer in any way. So I'm just telling you the origins of Lucifer was that he was originally one of the archangels, and he was actually a cherub angels. And cherub angels are the angels of wisdom and knowledge. And the thing about him is that he quickly became a leader in the hierarchy of angels. As a matter of fact, some people say that as a youthful angel, he was tutored by Michael, Archangel Michael. And after he finished his tutoring, he became a very, very powerful angel and actually sat on the right hand of God. Okay. But what happened was he became jealous when God created mankind. Then he got even more jealous when he created a woman. And so Lucifer really didn't like women. And then God went ahead and created, or he had a chosen people. Okay. And so after the fall of man in the Garden of Eden, then mankind spread out, and the people started to become more diverse. And there was a group of people led by Abraham that God chose to be his chosen people. Well, this made him even madder. But it's almost like the final straw was when God chose Moses. Okay, Moses was given horns, and Lucifer took offense to that because if you don't know it, horns are a symbol of knowledge and wisdom. And if you look at the statue of Moses in the Vatican, you'll see he has horns. Okay, and they're small horns, but they were an indication of his knowledge and wisdom. Well, this just really caused an upheaval for Lucifer. And this is right after that is when he rebelled. And this is when he was cast out of heaven. And so I'll talk a little more about that's my dog in the back. He's trying to get in here. I'm broadcasting from my world headquarters in my room up in my house. so um, Lucifer rebelled and it was put down by Michael. And it's interesting that Michael, one of the charges that Michael has, in addition to others, and I'll talk to you more about him next week, is to guard the tomb of Moses, because Lucifer is still mad at Moses, and so it's this is all things that I found on the internet, things that I have learned over the years, and it's just interesting to have that background, because if you have that background about Lucifer, it kind of makes a lot of sense, and then you see what's happening, how this hatred toward the Jewish people continues and manifests itself in some of the people in the Middle East in the form of derangement. It's not all the people, not all the people, but there's a great number, and those people need to be dealt with. So with that, we have another caller. I believe it's Donna from Dell City, so in Oklahoma. So Donna, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Hi, Donna. Have you called into the program before?
Yes, yes, a couple times.
You have. Okay, I thought you had. Okay. You have a question for me today?
I'm just wondering how my future, any good things coming.
I'm sorry, kind of broke up on me. How things are
looking for in my future.
Your future. What's your birth sign?
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Okay. Well, if you've been listening to my program, you know that the mutable signs, which are Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces, are going through difficult times right now because of Saturn in Pisces. And I looked at the chart today, and actually Saturn is 0 degrees Pisces. It's still retrograde. And it's at a critical degree. And what does that mean? It means that a lot of things are on the table for you. It means that where you work, your health, where you live, your relationships, everything is kind of being challenged right now. Those areas that I just mentioned, if there's peace within those areas, then you probably don't have anything to worry about. But if there's tension, you need to deal with it. Now, it seems to me that, have you had any health concerns lately, Donna?
Oh, well, I was in an accident the 13th, and I'm having little issues right now.
Okay. So this is something that of course you need to address. It also feels like you've been pretty down. You have just kind of down about a lot of things. So I hope that we can rebuild your hope in life, because Sagittarians, they say that Sagittarius in some ways is the best sign of the zodiac. They're the most optimistic people of the zodiac. So we want to raise your optimism, because I believe that normally you're a happy-go-lucky person, someone that's always laughing and having, looking at the bright side of things. But you haven't been able to do that lately. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. So what we want to do is we want to get you feeling better, and we want to raise your energy. So you may want to get some amethyst or some other types of stones. Do you know where Nature's Treasures is in Midwest City?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm
Okay.
about 2 miles from there.
Okay, so go by there and see if you can get a stone or two, and speak to Heather or Krishna, and tell them John sent you from the radio, and I'll be there. By the way, in November. So if you can do that and get you some stones and raise your energy, do something good for yourself. Do something that's going to make you joyful and happy. I know you may not feel well because of the accident, but try to do something that's going to uplift your spirits. Go watch a comedy on television or something like that, and hopefully that will start to raise your spirits. I do feel like this is a period of depression for you at the moment, and you're just going to have to work your way out of it. But you will, and I do feel like better times are ahead. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, I'm happy to work with Donna from Dell City. And what I want to do is I want to now move to another one of my topics that I like to talk about all the time, and that's astrology. Because as you know, I've been talking a lot about the planet Pluto and how it's in the position of the American Revolution. It takes like 40 something years or so for Pluto to come around to where it was in a particular point of time. And right now, it's right smack dab during the American Revolution, or where it was. So we are in the middle of a great amount of change, a transformational change. And during that time in the late 1770s, we were under attack. The new nation was fighting a foreign power, but we were fighting amongst ourselves too. And it was a difficult time for everyone, whether you consider yourself a royalist or a patriot. And so there's difficulties in trying to figure things out. But one of the planets I haven't talked a lot about is Neptune. Neptune is what some astrologers call the great dissolver. Okay. Right now, it's in the third house of the United States, which is the house of communications. I feel like Neptune kind of represents the media. Neptune is the planet of illusion, addiction. It's the planet of falsehoods, and you have to be careful about it. It's got positives. It's the planet of the imagination, the dreamer, looking forward. I believe, for me, imagination is a higher level of intelligence than just intelligence, because you have to dream it before you can make it. So I put that as the highest level, and no other living creature on Earth has imagination. We have that. So we take imagination and then we make it practical. And that's why we can broadcast to you over the radio here and on Moonstruck TV. So the thing about it is Neptune's in the third house, but what worries me is when it goes into the fourth house, because the last time it was in the fourth house is when we had the Civil War in the United States. So we've got Pluto in the second, and we're getting ready to get Neptune to go into the fourth house. And this is going to be a time like we have never, ever seen before, ever. And so we've got to make sure we don't get into derangement syndrome, and we've got to make sure that we care about each other and that we keep cooler heads to prevail. So we'll talk more about that in the coming weeks. But time is short, and we are going to have to start to close the program down. And I want to take a moment to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy in Louisville, Texas. They have a promo code for you to use. It's 0223 PS 0223 on their website, so that you can get a 25% discount. Be sure to like my Facebook page if you don't mind. We're going to be doing some other things in the near future. We have our second mediumship class tonight. I'm excited about that because I've got several students, and I mention that to you because we're developing the psychic journeys group of courses and the mediumship courses. So with that, I want to thank all of you for joining me today. I appreciate it. I'm John Capello from North Texas. I'm a psychic medium, and with that, I want to say so long from the psychic side.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Let's, just take a brief minute to really send our prayers and our positive energy towards the Middle East there with the battle that's still going on. And of course, we can't forget Ukraine either, with the battle that's been going on there for a long time. I mean, every time you turn the news on, there's more bloodshed, there's more loss of life, there's more people being displaced. And it's very, very wrong. The world should start to unite and say, enough of this nonsense. We don't need any more violence. We have enough things to approach and deal with collectively as a globe. We don't need to be killing each other. Anyway, that's my little sending a prayer to everybody in the trouble zones, and let's hope that we get a sudden end to the conflict in both places. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Six of Cups. Now, this is the Happy Home card, and it's the card of childhood memories. And I really wish that, childhood memories in both those trouble spots around the world could be a lot better than what they are. So let's send some positive energy and hope that the children of the world are having a happy house this week and are really enjoying their childhood, because I think as we graduate into adults and into a mature area of our lives, we tend to reflect back at the things that we thought were such a major deal in our childhood and look back with fond memories and say, wow, if only we could go back to that simpler time when things were simple and we didn't have the complications or the stress or the getting up and going to work on the major part of being an adult. We were just able to be. We were able to be children, we were able to have fun, we were able to have laughter and lose ourselves in our favourite cartoon and, playing with our friends. And life was pretty simple then. The big deal was waiting for that special gift on Christmas morning or waiting for your special gift on your birthday. That seemed to take an eternity. And then when you became adult, the days just flick past so quickly that you don't know where they've gone. So I think every now and then we need to go back and revisit our childhood and reconnect with the things that are important to us. This is our foundation of who and what we've become in our adult life. It stems way back from our childhood. So it's important that I think that we reflect and visit that occasionally. So this week, astrologically, yes, we've got a big week. We always seem to have a big week this year on the astrology front, but each week I think it's a little bit slightly different as the planets start to move around the zodiac. And for anybody that's not an astrologer, the technical term for that is called transit. And it just means the planets are moving constantly on the move. They don't stay in a stationary position for very long, or not the faster moving planets anyway. The slower moving planets, the outer planets, can stay stationary or be seen to be going retrograde or backwards occasionally. But majority of the planets, are continually on the move through the zodiac. And that's why things change, and we look at astrology through a different set of eyes each week or every day even, because there's so much movement going on in the chart. So I'm pleased to say the sun's still in Libra. We're still in the Librian time of the year. We won't be for much longer, but happy birthday to all the Librans that watch and listen to the show around the world. So this week we have the planet of communication, Mercury, is conjunct or holding hands the sun in Libra. The sun is also conjunct or holding hands the moon's south node. So the planet of communication, Mercury, feels very, very comfortable here in Libra. He enjoys the bit of banter, the balancing of the scales, of looking at things from a number of different angles. So he feels quite comfortable here, holding hands with the sun, asking people to get to the truth, find the truth in the situations or the conversations or the things that are going on in your life. Don't just accept something because someone's told you. dig a little bit deeper, balance the scales, look at it from the other person's point of view, look at it from 10 points of view if you have to. And then somewhere in the midst of all that will be your own truth. And I think that's the important thing, that it's a time now to not just put our listening ears on, but it's a time to ask questions. It's a time to challenge things, to say, well, hang on a minute, I don't quite agree with you on that. Can you elaborate a little bit more? Can you share with me your version or your opinion on why you believe that statement to be true? And then, and only then, I think, will we come to the balance in what we're trying to seek. Now, with the sun here also conjunct the south node. Now, what's a south node, I hear you say? A south node is one of the moon's nodes. It's not a planet, but it is a major part of astrology where we look for different areas and different reasons why things happen in our lives. Now, the south node is where we're trying to come from. It's where we're trying to catapult ourselves from, to sort of to say, okay, these are the lessons that I've learned. These are the lessons that I'm trying to carry forward with me. I'm not necessarily trying to stay bogged down in anything negative or destructive. I'm trying to move past that. So the South Node here to me would be informing us or sharing with us that we don't always have to agree with everybody just because it's their truth, but we do have to give them the time of day to have an opinion, to have the floor, to have the right to have their say. We don't always have to agree with it, and we don't always have to dismiss it either just because we don't understand it. Sometimes we as human beings, we dismiss things because it doesn't feel right to us, or we're only half listening, or it's not what we believe, so therefore it's got to be wrong. This is one of those times that I'm going to ask you not to necessarily dismiss something because it doesn't necessarily sit comfortably with you. Each person has a right to their opinion. Each person has a right to live their lives the way that they see fit. Whether or not we agree with it, or it's our way of living our lives, or it's our way that we would value an opinion, is not up to us to sit in judgment. This is a time when we sort of got to balance the scales and look at everybody's opinion is important. Everybody has a right to open their mouth and have an opinion. We don't all have to agree with it. But somewhere in the mix of all that, we can find some sort of peace. We can find some sort of balance, and we can all feel very comfortable with our own truth. That's what I feel the message is here this week, from Mercury conjunct the sun, and Mercury and conjunct the sun, and the sun conjunct the south node, all in Libra. Now we're going to move on to something a little bit easier on the eyes now, and it's the moon is sitting in Sagittarius at the moment. Now, when the moon moved into Sagittarius only a few hours ago, all of a sudden the emotional energy around the world shifted. Everybody started to feel a little bit more positive, a little bit more optimistic. Wow, let's get going. Things aren't quite so heavy and deep and dark on an emotional front. It was almost like you could feel everybody breathing a sigh of relief. So the moon is conjunct or holding hands, what's known as one of the Arabian parts called the part of fortune. Now, this is not where we're going to find the leprechaun at the end of the garden and find the pot of gold. But our part of fortune is digging deep inside of us. It's finding our inner part of fortune. What do we represent? What do we want to show the world? What do we want to showcase the world? So at the moment, we have this amazing emotional energy that says that, I can change people's minds. I can be positive. I can be uplifting. I can sort of help them come to terms with their emotional situations. And that's my gift to the world at the moment. Now, this rings true for each and every sign, but more importantly for the fire signs, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo, and the opposite sign of Gemini. So if you're around any of those signs in the next 24, 48 hours, you're very, very lucky, because the upbeat energy will certainly pay off and rub off on you. And we could all do with a little bit of positivity at the moment. We have a really uncomfortable aspect that I want to talk about now, and it's called an inconjunct. Now, an inconjunct means it's around about 150 degrees, or 5 signs in the zodiac. Now, an inconjunct means it's uncomfortable. It's almost like rubbing two opposites together and saying somehow or another we've got to try and find some sort of peace in all this. Now, we have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, which is like the bolt of lightning that's been sitting in Taurus now for a couple of years, coming along sort of saying, I'm inconjunct, or I feel incredibly uncomfortable, with Mercury sitting in Libra. Now, what this means is there could be some sudden opportunities for conversations or opportunities to come up to communicate with somebody, whether it's on a professional level or on a personal level, you have to be very, very careful in the way that things are worded, that you are not going to rub somebody up the wrong way. Now, you know, in some instances, you've only got to open your mouth and breathe, and all of a sudden you've made somebody else angry or uncomfortable, or they don't want to communicate with you or don't want to have anything to do with you. This is where this aspect really comes into its own, because it is that sort of type of energy. So if you've got to do anything that's on a legal or an official front that's connected with communication, whether that be a phone call, a text message, an email, even a snail mail letter, be very, very careful in the way that you present it. Make sure that it's very clear and concise without being derogative in any way. You want to get your message across with great determination, but you also want it to be extremely clear. It is not the time to turn around and badmouth somebody or try and be destructive in any form of lowering the tone of a situation by being rude or being critical about somebody else or their habits or their lifestyle. It's the time to sort of to be very neutral in things like this. You know, if you're not trying to create a fight, then don't use derogative terms. If you're trying to create a fight, well, go for your life, because you'll certainly get one now. So it's a time where communication can be very, very tricky. It's a time that I would not like to be negotiating a contract, you know, particularly at work for a pay rise or something like that, because it may not go that well. You know, the other person is only half listening or is only picking up on your not so good points and not really looking at the overall performance. So if you need to go and have a conversation like that with a boss, maybe try and shelve it for a day or two, you know, even a week would be better, just to let this energy sort of settle down a little bit, because it is an uncomfortable energy. And don't forget, Uranus is the one leading the charge here. So it is literally seeming as if it's coming out of nowhere. It is rocking your foundation, because Uranus is sitting in Taurus. Now, Taurus likes everything to be very organized. What's mine's mine, what's yours is mine. And it really sort of feels as if it's a personal slap in the face, that if somebody is going to challenge you or not agree with you at the moment, then you're going to get on your high horse and become very vocal about it. And this could just aggravate and make the situation worse. So we need to be very careful about that. If there's any communication, just make sure that it's clearly worded and not in a derogative or a nasty sense. We still have Saturn that's moving retrograde also, sitting in the sign of Pisces. Now, Saturn is a planet of discipline and trying to bring some structure into our lives. Now, it's interesting while it's still going retrograde in Pisces, because the Pisces energy is about creativity and sort of really wanting to sort of advance things. But Saturn is sort of putting the brakes on here a little bit. So any of our darling little Pisceans, or any water sign for that matter, whether it be Pisces, Scorpio or Cancer, and the opposite sign of Virgo, might sort of feel as if they've had their wings clipped a little bit at the moment, like everything seems to be on the go slow. Let me assure you, the creative juices will flow again soon, and things will start to get back to normal, where you will start to feel as if you're gaining some traction again, and life is starting to become beautiful again. Sometimes we need to have these restrictions because it brings out the best in us, and sometimes by damming up the creative side of us, we need to deal with the practical things in life and the things that are not so fun, that when we get back to the creative side, it sort of really, really flows, and it becomes even more amazing than what it could have been if we hadn't had a diversification and have to deal with some of life's little things that we need to deal with from time to time that are rather important issues in our lives. So that's really important to look at how Neptune is sitting at the moment in Pisces along with Saturn. So, you know, you've got the creativity versus the structure. So it's sort of a time there where we're going to need to try and find some sort of balance. We have Pluto, the planet of transformation, making his last few months in Capricorn before he moves into Aquarius in the early part of the new year. So Pluto is really trying to sort of hammer home the things that are important. So if you find that, you know, things in your life are sort of escalating to a point where they're urgent, that they need to be resolved, that we can't leave this hanging around for much longer, and it's sort of like, it's like this last little bit might seem like the hardest bit, because we've been dealing with it or working on some important issues for such a long time that, you know, we're tired, we're battle fatigued, that it's, you know, but you've got to get them, muster the energy to get up there and push this across the line, because it is really, really important that anything that needs to be resolved in your life that's got an official or a government feel, or something that you've been putting off that is is important in your life, you must try and achieve to get this completed before Pluto moves into Aquarius in the early part of 2024. Because let me assure you, when Pluto moves across into Aquarius, things are going to be very, very different. We won't have the same structure. We won't have the same momentum. Things are going to be very uncomfortable there for a while and a little bit unpredictable. So if you need predictability, if you need stickability, if you need to have that ability to sort of be disciplined and get something across the line, you've only got a few months to do so, whether that's in your personal life or whether that's in your professional life. This is the time now. If there's issues that need to be resolved, then let's get them done. Let's hope that around the world that some of the governments and the people in power start listening to this too, and also start to try and put in place some really good policies moving forward that deal with the things that the planet's going through, like global warming and weather events and things like that, and stop telling fairy tales about it is a fairy tale. It is really happening. We're seeing weather events weekly, not yearly or not every 10 years or every 100 years. We're seeing them so frequently, so we've got to start sitting up and taking notice of Mother Nature. We're going to take our first caller, and it's Alandria in Keysville in Georgia. Are you there, Alandria?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
I just wanted a general reading. I don't have anything in particular.
Okay, all right. We can look at that for you. It's really, really interesting because the first thing that they're showing to me is that there's been a lot of change this year. So it's sort of almost like I want to say to you, take a little breather before we get ready for the next bout of changes that are coming. So have you found that 2023 has been a year of change where you've sort of had to tidy things up, finish things off, and get ready for the next area of your life?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's good. And I'm not saying all of it's been easy. I'm going to say a lot of it's been incredibly difficult. But I want to say to you, give yourself a pat on the back and a packet of gold stars because you've done really, really well. It's not the time where you necessarily have to be in this constant push to move things forward now. It's like we can slow down, we can let things take their time. If there's still a couple of things that need your attention that need to be sorted out, then okay, do that when the timing feels right and the energy's there to do so. But if there's nothing that's really urgent, I'd take this time to just have a little bit of a rest, regroup, start to allow your mind to be able to daydream and think about what could be ahead potentially for the future, and particularly what you'd like to achieve in 2024. It's the other thing that they're sharing with me too from Spirit is the fact that there's been a gamut of emotions this year. Do you sort of feel as if you're a little bit washed out on the emotional front at the moment?
Yeah.
And that's okay, sweetie. We don't always have to be in high gear. I think what they're sharing that with me for is to sort of say to you, it's okay. It's okay to sort of say, I don't want to deal with anything else at the moment. I just want to have a rest. I feel like I've done more than my share for me and everybody else around me, and I'm just going to take a little bit of me time. And I think that's important too, is to have that little bit of me time to sort of say, if I just want to sit down and watch a movie, I can. If I don't want to do anything, I'm not going to. And that's okay. You don't have to always constantly be at record speed. 2024 is going to see a year of change coming again. Is there potentially a house move, or are we making some changes to where you're living?
Yes.
Yeah, because I felt there was going to be a house move. I didn't feel it was going to be this year, but I did feel it was going to be in the first half of 2024, probably more so in the first 3 months. And it's interesting also too, what they're sharing with me is there's a lot of spirit activity around you at the moment. Have you noticed things around you, sort of like you go to look and it's not there, but you're sure you saw something out of the corner of your eye, but when you go and look a second time, there's nothing there? Or the sensation of somebody tickling your ear, or sort of, you feel like there's someone in the room with you, but there's not. Have you been experiencing some of those things, sweetie?
Yes, a lot.
Yeah, that's just spirit sort of letting you know that they're there, that you're not alone, nothing to be frightened of, nothing to be nervous about. They're just sort of starting to try and sort of get you to pay attention to them so that when they put something into your mind, you're not going to just automatically reject it because you think, well, where the hell did that come from? That can't be my thought or my idea. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to sort of they do things like that. They'll come along and tickle your ear or play with your face or put your hair in your eyes if they know it annoys you, because it's their way of getting attention that you can't mistake that they're around. So they do have a playful sense of humor on the other side. But that, to me, when they're getting your attention like that, or attempting to get your attention that much, they're gearing you up ready for some massive big changes, and they're just sort of letting you know, I'm here, we're going to help you, we're going to give you the answers, we're going to give you the guidance that's needed at the time. It's then up to you whether you take it on board or you don't. But we'll give you a lot of suggestions. We're full of ideas from here, and we don't always have to do everything that they suggest just because they've suggested it. We still have our own free will, and we can still do what we want to do with our lives. I want to be very clear on that. But I think you're in a great place. So just, kick back, watch a couple of movies, relax, and just let everything start to unfold. You've done a lot of what you had to do, and you're ahead of the bus timetable for your life at the moment. So enjoy this little bit of downtime before things get really busy again. So we're going to talk with Natasha now in Bristol in England. Are you there, Natasha?
Hi.
Hi, Natasha. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Do you see when I'm going to get my inheritance money?
That's a really interesting question, Natasha. Technically, normally we don't deal with sort of legal issues because it sort of crosses over boundaries in different countries around the world of what we can and can't do on a psychic level. What I can say to you is I can see a huge smile on your face, so I can't imagine you'd have a smile on your face if you didn't get your inheritance. So with this that's coming from the inheritance, will it enough to be not so much completely change your life, but get you where on the path to where you want to be going?
Yeah.
Because that's what I saw. I didn't see it as being enough that you could retire from work and, live the high life, but I felt it was a good start to get you where you need to be going. There's obviously been a lot of tears and sadness around this, but I'm also feeling there's been a big battle around this as well. There's been, like, you've really had to fight for every single morsel to come out of this estate. Is that correct?
Not at the moment, no.
You haven't had to fight for this?
No.
Why am I seeing arguments around it, though? It's sort of as if there's been delays and arguments and crosswords.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously it's coming through, but I just, they were showing me that there'd been, like it was like I had to fight for this. I had to. Has it been delayed in some way? Is that why they're showing me you've had to fight for it?
Yeah, there's been delay.
Okay. All right. Well, with a delay, then that's obviously why they're showing me in that way, that it didn't go through smoothly. It didn't just sort of happen today and through tomorrow and everything was easy. There's been, okay. Are we anticipating having this sorted before the end of the year?
Yeah.
But I think it'll be closer to December than it will be November, though, from what I'm seeing here.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think you can work with it. I don't see it as being uncomfortable. As far as, it's just a matter of you'd like to sort of get on with your life, like while this is sort of hanging on and, taking its own time. But these things do take time, Natasha. There's no, they give a guideline of how long they think it's going to be, but nothing ever really happens quite as quickly as what they anticipate. 2024 to me for you is sort of like, it's like I'm flinging the doors wide open. I'm letting the sunshine in. I'm going into sort of some very different areas of my life where you're back in the driver's seat again, where I think you're going to be enthusiastic and excited to sort of, the different potential possibilities of where your life's going to take you. Is there potentially a move of residence coming up next year as well?
A what?
You're not planning on moving? Because I kept seeing a question mark around where you were living.
Yeah, I want to move.
Okay. Well, there's a move coming up. I don't know that it's going to be in the first couple of months of next year, though. It's sort of like you're taking your time to make sure that you get it right this time. That, this is a long-term move. It's not an interim move. It's something that you want to sort of really settle into. Is that what you're looking for? Somewhere to really settle down into?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it may take a little bit of time to precisely find what's right, but you will. Don't give up. Can I suggest to you to sort of start putting together a list of what you actually require in the property? You know, not just what you'd like to have, but what's an absolute necessity, and then start adding what would be nice to have if I could have. And then you've got a clear, I think, frame to work with of what you actually need. You know, I need so many bedrooms, so many bathrooms. Do I need parking for a car? Do I need, you know, access to, you know, amenities, things like that? Sort of get those things down on your list so that you can sort of, you've got a clear shopping list of what you need and the areas that you'd like to, you know, look at and things like that. And then start researching the real estate market and keep an eye on where things are going. And, you know, go and look at a few things, even if you're not ready to do anything yet, but to get a feel for it, because I feel that this is such a major decision that we need to make sure that when you pull the trigger on it, that you're more than completely happy with the choices and the decision that you've made, that you feel that this is really the right thing for you. So it's good. They're showing me that your energy levels aren't quite what they used to be. Have you not been well, Natasha?
No, I'm just getting over COVID.
Okay. All right. But the energy levels are going to start to come back again, and you're going to start to feel like your old self again, which is good. 2024 just seems to be a much easier year on the emotions than the last 2 or 3 years have been. And it's like, it's good. It's like I can exhale, I can start to get excited again, I can start to look forward to the future. And that's a very, very good thing, because I feel that it's been a tough few years for you, and it'll be nice now to allow yourself to be able to just enjoy life, and that's good. So that's where we're going to leave Natasha this week. I hope you've enjoyed the show this week. It's always difficult when people have had loss in their lives, and we've all had loss. We'll all experience loss again, probably at some stage or another in our lives. And it doesn't make life any easier when you think you've got everything together, and then all of a sudden life throws you a curved ball and you think, okay, here we go again. You know, I thought we were over the stress of the trials and tribulations of life and we could have a little bit of a breathing space. And, you know, I suppose that's what we're all here to do, is to learn and to grow and to go through life. And nobody escapes things, no matter who they are or how much money they've got. They all still have some sort of trial or tribulation in their lives, or loss, or things that they need to contend with. And it sometimes makes it difficult to try and remain positive. And each week I feature a song on the show that, for whatever reason, is, you know, been important in my life in the last week, or something that's, you know, got into my head and I can't let go of, as I do to my producer every week. So this week I thought I'd leave you with a very, very old song, and it's one that everybody should know the words to, if nothing else. And it's the greatest group that's ever lived on the earth. And I watched a documentary on them only last night. And the song is by the Beatles, and it's called Love, Love Me Do. And you can't say that they weren't the most prolific songwriters, Lennon and McCartney. The lyrics, the words, the jingle, the whole thing. It's just a complete package. So I hope you enjoy the song Love, Love Me Do. And until next week, we will love you, and we'll see you then. Bye for now.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope that you've all had an exciting and wonderful week that's been. So what's coming up with the week ahead, we do have a lot of angles that are coming up here with the planets. So we do have, and we're gearing up for this big full moon that will be happening next week, actually next Friday. So when we come back next week, we'll be talking about the full moon that's going to be in Aries. But this week, as positives, so what we do have happening all week, we have Venus tri Chiron. So Chiron's our emotional pain. I always feel like it's our emotional pain. Venus is love and money,